morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us today. If you're just arriving, can I please encourage you to sit in the tables up front, just for today's roundtable discussions that will be happening later on in the program. A very warm welcome to our distinguished guest to the Cities Possibilities 2023 Summit and the launch of the Liveability Challenge. This year's summit is themed Taking Stock, Raising Ambition. My name is Erin, Program Manager at EB Impact, the nonprofit arm of EcoBusiness, and I'm delighted to be your host for today. We are excited that we can convene stakeholders across all segments of society at this summit to spotlight solutions for low carbon and resilient cities. In today's proceedings, we will hear from experts in the morning through a series of keynotes, a fireside chat, and panel discussions on how cities can come together to meet the climate targets set out in the landmark Paris Agreement. We will then have an opportunity to discuss with one another through roundtable discussions, and we'd like you to contribute your ideas to the types of solutions and partnerships needed. In the afternoon, we will be excited to officially launch the Liveability Challenge 2024, Asia's largest sustainability solutions platform presented by Temasek Foundation. For those of you joining us in person, stay with us after for networking drinks in the evening, as we will be giving you a sneak preview of a 360 VR impact documentary we have been working on. We also have a virtual audience joining us on YouTube on LinkedIn. For our virtual participants, we encourage you to introduce yourselves and engage with one another through the chat box function. And of course, there will be opportunities to engage with our panelists via our Slido throughout the day, for guests both in person and virtually. So come prepared with questions for our guest speakers and panelists. For now, sit back and enjoy this video that we've specially prepared for you. Which sets us up nicely for the day. It is now my pleasure to welcome to the stage Jessica Chiam, founder and managing director of EcoBusiness, to kick us off with the opening remarks. Jess, the stage is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Vinamra Srivisafta, Chief Sustainability Officer, Capital and Investment, Victoria Great, Vice President, Counterpart Executive Leadership and Innovation Institute, Hannah Jones, CEO, the Earthshot Prize, distinguished speakers, and all of our guests. a very warm welcome to all of you to Cities Possibilities. I have to say that when I heard CapitaLand's big party was last night, I was a little bit worried about our two keynote speakers, but I've seen some amazing photos and very glad that they have joined us here on time, and very much appreciate your presence here this morning. I'm going to start off with a bit of a pop quiz. Does anyone know what SDG 11 is? Yes? It's actually creating sustainable cities and communities. And that's exactly why we started this forum back in 2016 to combine and consolidate efforts around cities innovation for the region. We took a break in some years in between, but today we are hosting the 6th edition of this event when it has never been more urgent for us to mobilize action. Our summit this year is aptly themed Taking Stock, Raising Ambition, and we're in the year 2023. It marks the key halfway point for our climate goals since the Paris Agreement was signed in 2015. The upcoming COP28 climate change talks in Dubai, which we all know has attracted some controversy for the location that is being hosted and the president who's presiding over it, but this stocktake is extremely important because it is an opportunity for countries to take stock, course correct, and chart an accelerated path forward. We ran an interview recently on eco-business with the other UN climate change high-level champion, Razan Al-Mubarak, who is also the president of IUCN, and she actually said that the world needs to be honest with each other and that we are off track. And she also echoed the importance of phasing down fossil fuels and saying that this is both essential and inevitable. Of course, we know it's not that straightforward. If you look at the geopolitics of the world today, Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Hamas, the US and China bifurcation, who is counting the emissions of war? The ESG agenda is being politicized in many countries. Climate targets are being questioned, rolled back by certain governments, rolled back by certain corporates. But we are at a critical and dangerous juncture in time because our action is not keeping up with the pace of change that's already happening around us. And that is why it is ever more important that we need to keep up the dialogue and the urgency. We've just gone through June, July, and August. They were the hottest months in human history. And Singapore actually just issued new guidance, I don't know if you saw this, that outdoor workers are mandated now to get hourly breaks because it has gotten too hot. And the Ministry of Manpower has said that workers performing heavy physical activities must get these rest breaks hourly when the wet bulb globe temperature is 32 degrees or higher. Now, how many of you have seen this Apple TV series called Extrapolations? One of my team member. That's incredible. So for all of you who are Apple TV subscribers or maybe not, there is a series called Extrapolations that's going on now, which is basically directed by the same guy, Scott Burns, that was behind Al Gore's Inconvenient Truth. And for many of you who work in this space, The Inconvenient Truth was an impact documentary that put climate change really on the global stage for the first time by Al Gore. And it has a Hollywood A-list cast. It has Kit Harington and Meryl Streep and a lot of, hard hitters that basically tells the stories of humanity from 2037 and extrapolate what happens to us using existing climate science. And I mentioned this because one of the episodes that I just watched had this wet bulb globe temperature as the, kind of key thing that people have to live their lives by. That only when this temperature goes down can you actually emerge at night and start doing activities. And it shows planet Earth in a state where nobody can go out when the sun is shining. Can you imagine that? I think it's quite horrific to think about that. But when I read the headline that we are actually mandating hourly breaks for workers now, it really hits home that climate change really is right here and right now and not something in the future. So I think it's become obvious that we need to be thinking both about climate mitigation and adaptation today. And we also only have a very narrow window of opportunity to enable this climate resilience. Now, cities are the heart of climate action. We're sitting here in Singapore, which is the epitome of the Asian city. And cities generate more than 60% of global greenhouse gas emissions. The good news is that by deploying low-carbon measures today, we can reduce greenhouse gas emissions from urban buildings, materials, transport, and waste by nearly 90%. So the question is, what are we waiting for? We often talk about the cost of investing into climate mitigation, but it obfuscates the fact that every year, climatic disasters cause human suffering as well as large economic and ecological damage. Over the past decade, direct damages of such disasters are estimated to be 1.3 trillion US dollars. So we often talk about GDP and economic growth, but who's talking about economic loss? As the world meets for climate talks in a few weeks, bold action must be taken across society to rapidly decarbonize cities if we are to meet the global target of reducing emissions by 43% by 2030 as an interim step to net zero by 2050. The COP28 presidency has also identified 4 pillars that cuts across urban ecosystems and sectors, and they are technology and innovation, inclusion, uplifting communities, and the scaling of finance. So these are the areas that we will focus our discussions on today as we spotlight solutions for low carbon and resilient cities with a focus on infrastructure, circularity, food, energy, water, and mobility. Later this afternoon, we'll be also launching the 2024 edition of the Liveability Challenge. This is Asia's largest sustainability solutions platform presented by Temasek Foundation. Every year we come together to award more than $2.5 million in funding to the most promising sustainability startups in Asia and around the world. So we will unveil the new themes for these sustainability innovations later, and selected finalists will pitch at Temasek's Ecosperity, which is held at April next year. And they will win funding from a wide range of grant funders and investors. We're also thrilled to be hosting this forum here at this beautiful venue, Catapult, for the first time. As you can see, it's a special venue with lots of natural lighting and trees, and I'll leave Victoria to tell you about the space in a bit. One of the highlights of this venue is its 180 and 360-degree studios. Later during lunch and in the tea breaks, I encourage you to have a look at these studios. It's very interesting. We will be providing you with a sneak preview of a new impact documentary called Wasted. This documentary is a huge passion project of mine. We've been on the road filming for this project in the last 2 months, and we've traveled to India, Vietnam, South Korea, Singapore to put together a documentary about a hidden issue that it's kind of in plain sight of us. And it's really the resource issue, and really to drive home the fact that what we throw away doesn't go away. We are putting together a 360 special, so it's an immersive experience, and this would be shown to you during networking drinks later, so please do stay around for that. Finally, a word of thanks to our partners without whom this would not have been possible, to our strategic partners, CapitaLand and Catapult, to Temasek Foundation for presenting the Liveability Challenge, and to our knowledge partners, UNDP, Singapore Green Building Council, Resilient Cities Network, Circular Cities Asia, and Mott MacDonald. And to all of you, thank you for joining us here on a Friday. I'm excited to be with you today, and I look forward to our conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, Jess, for setting the stage for today's summit and highlighting the imperative to decarbonize cities. Leadership and innovation are traits that are highly in demand today, traits that are vital in addressing growing sustainability challenges around us. We're proud to share this vision with Catapult, Southeast Asia's leading leadership training hub. It is now my pleasure to welcome to the stage Victoria Great, Vice President, Catapult Executive Leadership and Innovation Institute, to welcome you to this state-of-the-art Executive Learning Center. Over to you, Victoria.
Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome to Catapult. We were at the CapitaLand Appreciation Night last night, and I had the embarrassing moment to be up on the stage for one of the best-dressed contenders. I can tell you I feel a lot more comfortable on this stage this morning, so I'm really thrilled to be here and partnering together with Jessica and the eco-business team today. Some of you might be wondering, where are we exactly and what is this place? How many of you are here for the first time at Catapult? Yeah, quite a few people. Okay, great. So what I thought I would do is just give you a little bit of context and let you know where you are and what this space is. So Catapult is a shared executive learning center. So we're a leadership learning center, and we're designed to be purpose-built and conducive for learning. We are actually the first of its kind here in Singapore and also in Southeast Asia. We're part of CapitaLand, so you can think of Catapult as a kind of a new innovation, if you like, in real estate. This space is what's called an integrated development. So you're currently in a 17-story tower. Upstairs, we have 9 floors of office space. We have a hotel, the other side of the lobby, called Citadines, which is one of Capitaland's hospitality offerings. 2 floors of Catapult, which I encourage you to have a look around and enjoy today. And then 12 of those beautiful black and white bungalows, the heritage bungalows. So it's all connected through the, the covered walkway. And again, if you want to get some fresh air and enjoy the nature, please feel free to do that. So our concept is called Live, Learn, Work, Play. So I think quite interesting to see from a big property developer some of the new spaces that are coming up and how we try to integrate outdoors and nature with a kind of more modern and progressive and high-tech space indoors. So you're going to be hearing a little bit shortly from Vince, our Chief Sustainability Officer. Just a couple of words on Catapult. We essentially run a lot of training programs focused on leadership, innovation, sustainability, energy for peak performance, which is a lot to do with health and well-being. And so we very much kind of encourage these types of events today, where we can be an ecosystem player and help play our part in those conversations. The head of Catapult is Dr. James Andrade. He's a PhD neuroscientist. So we've actually spent a lot of time thinking about how people learn, and one of our points of difference is to make spaces more immersive and more experiential. And you're going to get to experience that later with the 360 room. But that's very much a lot of neuroscience principles have been built into the design and the delivery of a lot of the programs that we run here. So that's just a little bit on Catapult. Our relationship with Jessica and Eco Business goes back a few years. We actually have a co-working space upstairs. So we have some business schools and training providers, and the whole of the Eco Business team are in our house, which is wonderful because they bring such an amazing energy, and they're always, full of great ideas and pushing the boundaries. And I love how you use our space and our technology. So great to have the whole Eco Business team here and to be able to host the event today. I think we supported you in the last Liveability Challenge during the pandemic when everything was virtual. So we actually ran the whole Liveability Challenge in a virtual sense. So wonderful to be doing this in person. And lastly, you are going to be catapulted into the world of waste later on. Jessica said it's not pretty, but I think it will be an impactful experience. And I think that's some of the things that we can do to try and drive action and, get people to contribute to all these pressing challenges that we face today. So with that, I wish you a fruitful, engaging, and enjoyable session today. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria, for welcoming us to this space, and of course the Catapult team for allowing us to convene in this collaborative hub. It is now my pleasure to introduce our opening keynote address for today. The built environment is frequently known as a hard-to-abate sector, with a sizable environmental footprint, yet limited in its commercially viable decarbonization solutions. Within the industry, however, there is a growing awareness of the need to play a greater role in accelerating cities towards net zero. Capitaland has a target to reach net zero by 2050, and our keynote speaker has played a leading role in steering its 2030 Sustainability Master Plan. I'd like to invite Vinamra Srivastava, Chief Sustainability Officer of Capitaland Investment, to the stage to deliver the summit's keynote address. Vinamra, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thanks. My son is 9 years old, and a few months back, when he was going through the news of the heat waves in Europe and the forest fires in the US, he asked me, "Papa, is this man-made or natural?" I had to think, and I told him it's both. And he was happy. He was happy with that answer because then he said, "Oh, that's good, because then we can do something about it." So it's with that optimism, ladies and gentlemen, that I want to start today's session. And I really want to thank EcoBusiness for putting this together. I'm not going to spend time on explaining the why of sustainability or climate change because I think that's stating the obvious. So instead, what I want to do is paint the picture of where are we today in the global macroeconomic context and what are the trends that are driving the entire ESG agenda. If you look at this slide, I'm not going to go through each point, but it'll sort of summarize the key trends that today are dictating how are the different ecosystem participants responding to the ESG issues. And of course, this is not exhaustive. But what's not listed on this slide on purpose is the underlying principle that we are in a very tough macroeconomic environment. Interest rates are rising. Inflation is here to stay. We are entering into a higher for longer rate era. Jessica talked about the challenges governments are facing in managing their citizens and managing climate expectations. And all of this is impacting the way private sector responds. And a perfect example of these issues is what happened or what is happening with the offshore wind industry in Europe. Anyone of you familiar with what's happening in that sector? Excellent. The offshore wind industry in Europe is going through turbulent times. There was a recent auction where none of the bids were taken up for new field development. And what's the issue? The issue is that the cost of raw materials has skyrocketed compared to what those developers underwrote at the time of investments approvals. And what has not happened is a corresponding increase in pricing. So they entered into long-term power purchase agreements at a certain price points. And from then to now, 3, 4, 5 years down the line, by the time they get their permits, costs have skyrocketed, interest rates are much higher, the cost of capital is much higher, and the projects are going to be in a limbo now. Right? And the offshore wind industry in Europe is a huge contributor to Europe's net zero pathways. Now, here is an example of not lack of intent, but of the macroeconomic complexities impacting a sincere private sector initiative. And this is important because this is not an isolated incident. This is the world we are going to stay in. Governments are going to face the challenge of managing short-term citizens' expectations on cost of living in this inflationary environment, and at the same time continuing to do business in a greener way. So what's a stock take? This is from the last report of the IEA, right? And I think many of you would have seen these charts, but this is just stating what has to be the objective based on the stated policies, based on the announced pledges, and based on what is needed for net zero. And you can see the gaps between the three graphs as well as what the temperature increase will be, right? So how should the private sector and the ecosystem respond to this? I was just lazy, so I didn't put too much explanation on this slide, but I thought it'll be much more impactful for me to explain what do these points means, right? No silver bullet sounds obvious, right? And I want to give an example of what this means here, right? If you look at the COVID crisis and compare with the climate crisis, there are parallels, but these two in many ways are very different. The COVID crisis needed a response that had to be immediate. That day, that week, that month. If the vaccine was not there in months' time, this would have been a tragedy of catastrophic proportions, right? We didn't have the opportunity or the luxury to have multiple solutions to experiment. We needed a silver bullet. And there was only one silver bullet to counter COVID, and that was a vaccine. Without that, we were not going anywhere. And that's what happened. The climate crisis is different. Is it impactful? Of course, yes. Is it urgent? Of course, yes. But it's different in the way the private sector in particular needs to approach it. Because it is not a question of a silver bullet, it's a question of a journey of experimenting with multiple solutions, some of which may not work in the short run, but we do know the investments will be worth it for them to work in the long run. And if private sectors keep this in mind, then the way they invest in innovation and technology will be more prudent for them to address these long-term challenges. And this is what we have learned in our own journey of decarbonizing real estate. And it's a long and arduous journey. But unless you're willing to have the gumption and the flexibility to experiment with different solutions, you're not going to move. It is very tempting to go for solutions that make the newspaper headlines. But I can tell you from real-life experience that the most impactful ones are the most boring ones that you will not see on a newspaper headline. When I go and tweak the chiller system of this building, which gives me a 10% savings, nobody's going to put it in the newspapers. Is it moving my needle? Of course it is moving my needle. And you multiply this example 10, 20, 50 times, that's what private sector needs to do in this journey. Right? Climate capitalism is a term that I borrowed from one of the lovely podcasts that I regularly listen to called Zero by Bloomberg. Has anybody listened to Zero by Bloomberg? Right. Akshat Rathi is as a presenter, and he recently released a book called Climate Capitalism. And the term really stuck with me because it is often narrated in the environment that capitalism is at odds with climate change. And I don't think anything could be farther than the truth with this. Right? Capitalism not only has the impact to tackle climate change, it is actually the critical way in which climate change can be tackled. Because if private sectors don't address this, the solution cannot be solved only by the government. And private sectors will only be able to address this if tackling sustainability is done in a sustainable way, which is where capitalism plays a huge role. And while capitalism has so many facets and has so many different definitions across geographies, I want to just take two parts of it. One is policies, right? So you've got the IRA, you've got the Green Deal, which are brute force measures, right? You've got, I think in last count, more than 20 countries where ICE engines will be banned after 2035. That's a brute force measure, right? You've got carbon tax, which we all are already paying, even though many of you may not know, but we're all paying the carbon tax today. That's a brute force measure, right? So policies will have their way to push things which are not being pushed. But the private sector is critical in pushing this to make an impact on the ground. And what we internally try to refer to as returns on sustainability is essentially our objectives to balance profit maximization with sustainability leadership. And this is not a trade-off. It's a spectrum where private organizations, irrespective of the industry that they are in, need to play and look at climate ambition as a portfolio management exercise, just the way they manage the portfolio of their assets in whichever business they are. How do you invest the right amount of capital in a way you can generate returns wherever possible? Sometimes they are short-term, sometimes they're long-term. In which ways should you phase out your investments, in which parts of your portfolio so that it moves the needle the most, right? And there are tons of examples. So what we are trying to do through our own experience at Capital Land is trying to quantify what is the financial impact of sustainability, not for the reason that we'll only do it if we make returns, but for the reason that for the business units and CEOs who have day-to-day and quarterly pressures on going back to their investors, for them to make this a more sustainable journey, there has to be a way to balance these two objectives. So if today I make an investment to improve the energy performance of a building, that's going to reduce our utility bills, right? And that's going to reduce our OPEX, and that creates financial impact. Today, if a building is not green enough, there may not always be customers who will pay you a green premium rental for it, but there definitely are customers that are penalizing you with a brown discount by not choosing your building. So whichever way you look at it, this is going to hit back. And there is a cost to it. If you don't do anything, you'll just end up paying more carbon tax. You'll just end up buying more RECs, more offsets. So there is a cost to inaction. And it is extremely important for companies to quantify that cost, quantify that opportunity cost, and turn that opportunity cost into ways where it can make top-line sense for businesses. And the more companies can do that, the more the discussion on climate change will elevate from being theoretical, nebulous, and fluffy, and looked as you just trying to save the world, and moving that discourse to stakeholder capitalism, where what you're doing is not just for your investors, but it makes sense for all parts of the businesses. And the last part about this is really tech and innovation. And this is where events and initiatives and projects like the Earthshot Prize, like the Liveability Challenge, like what Kaplan internally has, Kaplan Sustainability X Challenge, come into picture, right? These are just some numbers about what's happening with the climate tech VC world over the last few years. And you can see the amount of investments pouring into this space has been hugely significant. Now, is there a dip in the last few quarters? Yes, there is. But that's more driven by the macroeconomic challenges. But if you see the line here, the line continues to increase, which is the number of deals being done. So even if the total amount reduced over the last few quarters because of the macroeconomic challenges, the number of deals still keep increasing. So the allocation to each deal is slightly smaller, more because of risk management. But here's the thing. Over the next 27 years, till we all hopefully reach our net zero goals, there will be macroeconomic ups and downs. And that doesn't give license to private companies and use that as an excuse to not do anything about it. But it's just a smarter way of how you manage and handle your portfolio in these macroeconomic downturns. And the other good part is, it's not only the amount of capital that is flowing into climate tech VC, it's also the diversity of problems it is trying to address. So if you see what's on this chart, it is not a one sector or a one theme investment destination. It's driven by not only the size of the market where the problem exists, but it's also about the practicality of what's moving the needle. And this is very heartening. And I'm sure years down the line, the shape of this chart will continue to change. But the point is that for the private sector, for the multi-development banks, for PPP partnerships, this just provides tremendous opportunities to divert capital to sectors that could make sense for these PPP partnerships. There are projects and programs now where there is catalytic partnership where a public agency comes in as the first funder to these projects to absorb initial losses. But it's meeting their own KPIs based on their own mandates. And then the private LPs and investors come in to scale that up and make the returns for their investors. And these are excellent examples of how public and private comes together to make an impact on these solutions. Right. I really want to thank the efforts being done in the industry through examples of what EcoBusiness is doing today and through the other examples that we see. I think how I'd like to conclude this is what we need is a healthy mix of ambition and passion laced with practicality and prudence, because that's the only way we are going to make sustainability a sustainable progress. Right? When I look at my son and try to respond to the questions that he has, I want to have the confidence to be able to tell him that, hey, we're working hard with sincerity to give a better world back to you. And for that, we need more and more and more of what we are doing today. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Vinamra for the very engaging opening keynote. We will now proceed to the first dialogue session for today's summit. Okay, we're all set up now. It's my pleasure to introduce the first dialogue session for today's summit. Since 2021, the Earthshot Prize has been supporting the most promising environmental solutions from all around the globe to scale. Today, we're honored to have Hannah Jones, Chief Executive Officer of the Earthshot Prize, to join us for a special fireside chat. Just a quick note for the audience here that there will also be a chance for you to pose your questions to Hannah via a Slido QR code, which will be shown on the screen a little later. Hannah, it's my pleasure to invite you on stage, and may I please also invite back to the stage Jessica, who will join Hannah as the moderator of this chat. I'll now pass it over to Jess. Thank you.
All right. I'm really excited about this segment because we have a huge privilege of getting Hannah, who's the CEO of the Earthshot Prize, here to Singapore. Can I get a show of hands? How many of you here know about the Earthshot Prize? Okay, quite a few, I would say half or maybe more. Rarely does Singapore get bestowed with some dust from Hollywood and the celebrity world. But for those of you who know, the Earthshot Prize is happening this Tuesday at the MediaCorp Theatre, and we have the likes of Kate Blanchett and One Republic and Prince William who are coming down to Singapore to give awards to some really, really promising entrepreneurs and social innovators from across the world. And this prize started in 2021, and it was in London, and then in Boston, and then finally in Singapore. So we have Hannah here in Singapore this week, and I'm super excited to have this fireside chat with her as this convenes here in the next week. And Hannah, I really want to start off by, kind of going back to what I had mentioned about the urgency of the crisis that we've seen. And I know the theme of Earthshot is urgency and optimism equals action. Given that it's quite easy to be depressed about the headlines today, can you please share with us, what is, I suppose, the mission of the Earthshot, and how do you maintain that sense of optimism and action in these times?
Thank you so much, and it's great to be here with you today, and it's great to be in Singapore. We are loving it here and are being inspired by even the conversation this morning has left me already inspired for the day. Maybe I should go back in time and talk about the founding story of why the Earthshot Prize came to be. And as you know, our founder is Prince William, the now Prince of Wales. Back in 2019, he was visiting a conservation project in Africa. He's done a lot of work on conservation. It's one of his real passion points. And his observation was, wow, this is working. The solution was working. It was stopping the poaching, it was increasing biodiversity, and it was generating income for the local community. So triple bottom line right there. But his frustration was that it wasn't being replicated or scaled. And yet you had this solution that was entirely scalable and could have been replicated. So his first observation and hypothesis was, the world may not have as much of an innovation problem as it has a speed to scale problem. The second observation that he had was that at the time in 2019, it was Climate Fridays, you'll all remember this. And his observation was that for the generation coming up, Gen Z, this was a time where he was seeing anger and anxiety. And it made him really concerned for the well-being of Gen Z, but also saw that anger, whilst it's really important in moving systems, could also lead to a sense of helplessness and despair and defeat. And that we needed to put on the table a third opportunity beyond anger and anxiety, action. And to make it meaningful, beyond the, let's change the light bulbs, because everybody wants to be able to do more than that. So with those two insights, he asked his team and said, what can I do with the platform and the privilege that I have and my voice and my community? How can I show up and make a difference? And they took inspiration from President Kennedy's Moonshot Challenge. And if you just think about that Moonshot Challenge and go back to the 60s, President Kennedy basically turned to Lyndon Johnson, his vice president, and said, we need to put a man on the moon and bring him home safely within 10 years. And Lyndon Johnson said, you're losing your mind, it'll never happen. And there's a great 6-page memo in the JFK library that basically is like, President Kennedy, don't do this. We can't do it. It's impossible. And of course, he goes out and makes this incredible speech, which if you haven't seen it, go see this speech. Even this long time after it, it is so motivating. And of course, as we all know, they put a man on the moon and brought them home safely in 7 years. They launched a wave of innovation that led to social and economic progress, and an entire generation was inspired and wanted to become an astronaut. So what made that happen? And there are lessons for us here, some of which are being touched on. Well, one was this incredibly clear shared vision of what has to happen that was seemingly impossible. And we have our own here, all of us in this room. We have to get to net zero by 2050, and we have to reduce emissions by over 40% in 2030 and protect 30% of nature, oceans, and fresh water. So how did they land a man on the moon and bring him home safely that we can take inspiration from? Well, the second big insight was the radical collaboration that it took. Over 400,000 people came together from every different walk of life to make this happen. In fact, there's this lovely little anecdote where Kennedy is walking through the building in NASA and he sees a janitor mopping up by the toilets. And he says, "Hello, I'm President Kennedy." I can't do that accent. "What are you doing?" And the janitor says, "I'm helping to put a man on the moon." And so the Earthshot Prize is meant to be a clarion call to the world to say, this is the Earthshot decade. Yes, we are a prize. We scour the planet for innovative solutions. But more than that, our goal is to be a platform for impact, which is helping to speed solutions to scale, and a movement for urgent optimism that leads to action by inspiring everybody to say, how can I be the janitor? Maybe I'm not the scientist, but I can be the janitor.
Thank you so much, Hannah. That was such a lovely anecdote, and I think super inspiring to see how lessons from the past, really can inspire us at this time where we face the existential crisis of our time. And you mentioned, urgency and optimism, and I want to actually, go back to the Philanthropic Asia Summit that was held, by Temasek Trust 3 weeks ago, and Christina Figueres was there, and she's very heavily involved in the Earthshot Prize. She is the architect of the Paris Agreement. For those who don't know, she was presiding over the talks that enabled the climate change agreement to happen. The fact that, this is led by consensus and is among 194 nations is incredible that we even got there. But one of the things that she said at that summit, which really resonated with me, is that the governments have done their job in terms of inking the Paris Agreement, but then the baton has passed from the governments to corporates, to individuals, to civic society, and we need to take that up. To what extent do you think that we are answering that challenge? And to what extent do you think, because the climate change talks are coming up as well, and then the governments are going to be in the spotlight, to what extent do you think we're going to see progress, or is it going to be yet another circus?
Well, look, I think there's a story. There's two sides to this, right? There's two stories. Well, there's multiple stories, but sometimes you only realize how much progress has happened when looking through the rearview mirror. So I want to take you back to 1998, which is when I joined Nike. When I was much younger, I joined Nike on what became a 22-year journey. And I became their chief sustainability officer, was one of the first CSOs. Actually, I think we made up the title between a few of us across different industries. We didn't actually know what we were doing. So, rearview mirror, when I joined in 1998, there was no such thing as ESG. We helped to fund the GRI. Nobody knew what a CR report was. We all made shit up. Excuse my language. And there was just a little group of us that were in this around the world trying to make this happen. So to come here today and see how mainstream it is as a conversation and how much talent and incredible people have chosen that this is their career path, my view is this is an unbelievable movement for change in that time that I have seen. Now, is it enough? Is it fast enough? Our clarion call to everyone is, we need to add speed and boldness and courage to this. This is a time and an inflection point which demands courage. We know that at least 50% of what has to happen will rely on new innovations and innovations going to scale. And innovation, which I've spent a long time being part of innovation teams, it's a risky thing. And usually incremental innovation is easier than the really disruptive innovation. And we actually kind of need all of it, but we really do need some disruption around how we're going to scale these things. And that's a capital issue. And we all know how hard that capital issue is. So one of the things that's exciting to me about being in Singapore is that the blended capital conversation is, I think, actually much more interesting here than I've seen it play out in other countries around the world. And I think you may be underestimating the amount of leadership and thinking that's happening here and how it can influence the rest of the world on how we think about crossing the valley of death for solutions to go to scale. And right now, if you're a sustainability-based entrepreneur or innovator, plus if you're from what's called the Global South, or you're a woman-led founder, or you're an indigenous leader, that valley of death, it's pretty tough, man. I mean, that's not Silicon Valley of death, that's like serious valley of death. We have to give these innovators an unfair advantage against the incumbents. And that means we have to de-risk them. We have to crowd in capital of all kinds. We have to think about the talent and the support and the advice we give them. We have to use our contracts. And we have to pull them into becoming our future. And that's going to take all of us.
I really like that unfair advantage. Let's go to the finalists this year. What has stood out for you? I mean, you've received 1,200 applications from all over the world. I pity your team that had to go through all of that. And what was it about these 15 that you've selected? And can you maybe share a bit more about how the previous finalists have also fared? Because you've talked about this valley of death. Have they survived?
Yes, they're all walking and talking and running, actually. We have a very, our selection progress, I mean, first of all, we're a startup. Let's everyone just call it here. We're 3 years young. So the first year, we designed the selection process. We've refined it continuously. The front end of our pipeline, and we think of it like an innovation pipeline, and that gives you a hint to where I think we're going, is all about creating a community of official nominators around the world that will funnel all of their nominations into this pipeline. That means the quality of the initial submissions is already pretty high because they're selected rather than crowded in openly. We filter for diversity and representation. So what our aim is to be a global search engine and a public good where we have the most diverse and representative view of solutions that are business model agnostic. So whether it's for-profit, not-for-profit, cities, states, governments, we do it all. And there's a really good reason for that, which is it gives us an incredibly interesting picture. If you think about a pixelation of all of these things in that portfolio and that pipeline, you start to see trends and you start to see forward-looking what can be happening. Then we have a very rigorous selection process. We have expert advisors from around the world with deep expertise. It's underpinned by Deloitte, and we have a prize council. We do 40 site visits to the top 40. And it is brutal as deciding who those top 15 are. And then the 5 winners will be announced Tuesday here in Singapore. We care for all of them. And so we put the top 15 through a fellowship program that is 9 months long and that brings them in proximity to mentors, business planning, leadership, connects them to a global alliance of partners who help them to scale. And so the leverage is for every pound or Singaporean dollar of prize money, what's our leverage and how much more capital of all kinds do we help to push into those solutions? And so at the moment we're at 1 to 4.5, but our goal obviously is massively to increase that. And we'll be announcing some communities that will help that next week. And we really want to build investor circles and donor circles that come together and crowd in around the portfolios of nominations and the finalists to say, okay, we can help you with what is in essence your deal pipeline. How do we break down the time and the friction between connecting great solutions with great mission-aligned donors and investors? I think that's something we can help in the speeding up piece of it.
No, super fascinating. And I think to an extent, we tried to do that with the Liveability Challenge as well, but that's kind of focused very specifically for the urban tropics and on deep tech. I'm really curious, because you talked about incremental change and you talk about radical disruption. So the profile of these innovations, are they kind of like more business model innovations, or are they like IP-led, really kind of like technology disruptions, or is it a mix of all of them?
So it's very deliberately a mix of all of them. We can slice and dice the larger portfolio against all of those things. But we, in essence, have what's called a roadmap to regeneration. You can download it from our website. And that is our equivalent of a VC's investment thesis. And it's basically, we have 15 priorities that we think need to tip in the next 3 to 5 years. And we have a number of what we call horizontal accelerants that we think are things that can really help turbocharge. So on the accelerants, for example, we look at the role of IT, data, AI, at how that can be an accelerant. We look at women-led and indigenous-led solutions. We have teamed up with MasterCard to look at solutions that drive economic prosperity for all, which is a really important enabler of sustainability. And we're also looking at innovative new financial mechanisms and looking at some of the new innovative finance around nature that's coming out. That's a good example. So from a priority area, we look for that. So we really have a medley. I think the important thing to really land here in this audience is we are an innovation and investment engine. We're also a storytelling engine. And so when we think about the stories that we want to spark the world's imagination with urgent optimism and a sense of, oh my gosh, I could be that founder, I could do that, we curate deliberately the top 5 and the top 15 against impact potential. If scaled, could they make a massive impact? Diversity and representation, and also the diversity of the actual solution. So you're going to see a bit for everything. You'll see a deep tech thing, you'll see a community-based thing, you'll see things that could be scaled, things that could be replicated. You got a regulator in the city of Milan for the first year that won a prize for its work around pushing with policy for zero food waste in Milan. That's now being reproduced in cities around the world. But you also have incredible tech solutions across oceans, waste, nature, clean air, and climate change.
I see. Wonderful. Really, really inspiring to hear about all this. We've noticed when we were covering the Earthshot Prize that there was only one entry from Southeast Asia, and that was Coastal 500. And I think Asia, as a region in Southeast Asia, being home to 60% of the world's population, is a little underrepresented. And I'm really curious, why is it that? Do you think is it because, entrepreneurship maybe is maybe lagging behind, or are there other reasons to it?
Absolutely not. I mean, my story, influenced by the last year of working here with our wonderful partners here in Singapore, Temasek, Standard Chartered, Conservation International, is Asia is brimming with incredible innovation and entrepreneurship, and has enormous things that it's teaching and could and should and must teach the world. We're a very small team, and we're a new brand. A lot of people, they're like, who's the Earthshot Prize? And I'm like, yeah, 3 years ago, we were a twinkle in the prince's eye. We're the fastest growing. We have just had to scale so fast. So this is actually the beginning of our work in Asia. We're not one and done and leaving next week. In fact, we have a new head of Asia Pacific. Sarah is in the back there. Wave up, Sarah. This is the beginning of Earthshot in Asia. So my first call to action to all of you is, we have official nominators. The nominations are open for next year, and we want to see a massive surge in Asia-based innovations being nominated for the prize. The second is we will continue to work with communities here and across Asia to drive coalitions of the willing around speeding individual solutions, but also creating the sector change and systems change in particular sectors like the seaweed industry or fashion and others to drive systems change.
Excellent, wonderful to hear that. I'm just going to kind of, encourage all of you to put in your questions on the Slido channel, or actually just raise your hands if you want to ask a question, because I'm going to ask one more question and then I'll come to you. And that really is, Hannah, we talk a lot about innovation, but for innovation to really happen, it needs to have the right regulatory policy environment. And I think in Asia, you'll find that the policy environment is extremely diverse. You have some countries that are ahead, some countries that are behind. In the UK, for example, I think Rishi Sunak has disappointed quite a few people by dialing back certain policies that the UK government has saying. And that sits quite oddly with what Shop Price in Kensington Palace wants to do. And I'm sorry if I've put you on the spot here. But what are your thoughts around how do innovators and entrepreneurs work with governments?
Well, I think public policy and the regulatory frameworks are something we all have to navigate as innovators. I've been working now with innovation for years, and I think there's a degree of calmness that I have about it now. You got to keep your eye on the prize as an innovator. And the eye on the prize is, are you bringing to market a solution that is sticky and that can be scaled and is getting the right kind of traction from whoever your customers are? Now, if you're a not-for-profit, that actually is about, are you making a social impact? If you're a deep tech, it's like, is your technology working? And then I think there's a piece here about patience, which is really important and which is where, again, the blended capital conversation has to come in. Because often it's the policies that keep the innovator in that valley of death. And so there's a twofold piece here around how does capital crowd in around creating patience and time for the innovation to be scaled with the right incentives and the right regulatory frameworks. And then also as citizens, vote.
Yes. Yeah. No, very, very well said. How many government folks do we have in the room? No one dares to put their hand up now. It's okay, I will spare you. I would like to invite some questions now. Anyone in the room here has some for Hannah? Okay, please a microphone to Augustine, if you could identify yourself as well.
Last Sunday, Hannah, I was at the Temasek Shop House, and I was listening to your presentation, and I watched the documentary with Prince William. So one question I have in terms of your selection of the prize and also the follow-up and execution is, how do you ensure that the innovation also involves the local people, the indigenous communities, and to also ensure that they can also take ownership of the innovation and the solutions and see that unfold not just in the coming months, but in years to come? Because a lot of it from the documentary that was shown, at least that one part, some are high-tech, some are university-driven, some are two-person entrepreneurs sort of thing. But my passion is more for the people and the communities on the ground.
Yeah, I love that question. Thank you. So it's a really good example of how we are a startup, and so we are applying lean startup thinking and design thinking and iterating all the time. So in year one, for example, we looked at the data after we'd scrubbed everything, and we said, oh, we didn't have any indigenous-led solutions being nominated. And so the next year, we went in to the official nominator pool, and we deliberately invited in representatives from indigenous communities around the world. We had 70 solutions brought through the next year, and one winner, the Queensland Indigenous Women of the Great Barrier Reef, who are amazing. Then what we also did in that second year was to add these 2 horizontal filters, which we think are crucial, which is, number one, we deliberately focus and have a bias to searching for women-led and indigenous-led solutions. And number two, we seek solutions that generate economic prosperity for local and vulnerable communities. So if you take Coastal 500, for example, and you think about some of the work that we obsess around seaweed, not that seaweed's one of my favorites, but it kind of is. I'm just outing myself here on seaweed since it's the running joke in the whole family. We will not get to marine protected areas, 30% of the oceans being protected, unless we come up with economic solutions for the communities that have relied on fishing and going into the ocean. Until we come up with alternatives for those coastal communities, I don't believe that you get marine protected areas. I don't think that works. So when you look at some of the solutions and the finalists this year, Coastal 500 is a critical one. They're working with the mayors of coastal communities around multiple regions to come up not just with how do we enforce and protect the marine protected areas and make sure they are being protected, but how do we generate alternative sort of forces of economic prosperity? So it's a good example. So I think what you're going to see in this year's finalists is there's a real marked change from year one, where we've doubled down on the areas that we think are crucial for the long term as well.
Thank you so much for the question. We have some more streaming in from online, and Hannah, one is, can we still register to attend the awards?
Oh my gosh, no, that is, my biggest nightmare is the guest list. Like, that, yes, no, I'm so sorry, but public service announcement, you can tune into it on Sunday after it on CNA here in Singapore, PBS in America, and the BBC in the UK. And for anyone in the rest of the world, YouTube is our strategic partner and are doing an amazing job. And if you want to get a sight of the green carpet with sustainable fashion walking up the green carpet on Tuesday, check out YouTube.
That's a great answer. I managed to score a ticket, and I'm still wondering what I should be wearing. But we have a question here, Hannah, around blended finance. And that is something that you had mentioned earlier. And when I look at the statistics, even though blended finance is talked a lot about in this region, actually the percentage of blended finance projects is extremely low in Asia. And so, you know, why are you so positive and optimistic that we can see more of that? And what are some of the things that need to happen before we can actually scale this up?
Yeah, it's a great question. So what's driving my optimism is the depth and sincerity and commitment around the conversation that I suspect is going to lead to some tipping point moments. And what I'm seeing here in the conversation, whether it's at the Philanthropy Asia Summit or Ecosperity, when I talk to partners, is really that understanding that whilst in some ways philanthropy in the region is actually quite nascent, it's also got that opportunity to leapfrog. And I think there's a leapfrogging conversation that is beginning that I think could go very fast because of some of the institutional backing and conversations that are happening. So I suppose what I'm saying is, I think that your questioner is right. We're not yet in a place where you can say, absolutely, it's scaled and they've got it dialed. But I think that the conversation is such that if we are really focused here on tipping that conversation into action, it could then go very fast, whereas in other countries, I don't see the action happening as fast. There's more entrenched behaviors and silos that are going to be harder to break down.
No, thank you for those thoughts. And just building on that point, right, because the Ashok Prize is obviously philanthropic capital. And a lot of the conversations we have around blended finance is that, you know, the bankability of projects and the risk profile is really high, and that you need, you know, philanthropic capital to come in and be catalytic. Are you optimistic that we're seeing more philanthropists coming on? Because I can tell you from personal experience in Asia, many people say, yes, we want to invest in sustainability. But when push comes to shove, the principal making the decision always rather invests in traditional assets and what they know. They're not actually willing to take a haircut on their return or to take that risk. And I wondered if that is also your experience.
Well, what we're seeing is we're seeing an emergence of a second generation of philanthropists who come with a bit of a VC mindset. And I think when you think about philanthropy, a bit like a VC, but without the returns conversation, you start to look at things through a portfolio lens. And you start to go, actually, how do I take multiple bets in my portfolio? Because they're going to teach us and we're going to learn from them. And one or two will probably fail, but the other three might do pretty well. And then maybe one of them will be that unicorn equivalent. And I think that's the conversation that we're going to need. And then I think we're also going to need a conversation that bridges and and we've been doing some of this. So we held at UNGA, we partnered with Bloomberg Philanthropies and held an innovation summit where we convened stakeholders from across the capital stack, whether it was, philanthropy, venture philanthropy, impact investing, or straight VC and corporate money. And really trying to crowd in a conversation there about the different patience and risk apertures and time apertures, and how do we get savvy around that. That is a pretty sophisticated conversation. It's new everywhere. But I don't know how we bridge the gap if we don't really push that conversation in regions around the world and start to be much more agile.
No, good points here, and I suppose education and knowledge is what we really need to be pushing, and that's what's happening in the region, and that's what's happening with the Earthshot Prize as well.
And just to say, so the awards is the wonderful glamour and glitz and the narrative to the story. The day after, we are holding an entire day with leaders from across that spectrum to really drill into some of these and to really look at what are the roadblocks that we need to unlock together. So this idea, which we're calling Earthshot Plus, is this idea of how do you convene courageous leaders from across different sectors and different parts of the financial industry. How do you bring them together in a room and actually say, what can we crack open for change? So we anticipate holding Earthshot Plus convenings around this region into the next year as well. And this is where we want to also talk about courage. And I would just say, one of the sessions we're going to hold, which will be a closed session, is what's it like to be in a position like a CSO or a CEO or the leader of a big fund or a donor in this time when we know we have 7 years to achieve that seemingly impossible mission. It is a place of a lot of fear. We all hold a lot of fear. We all come under a lot of attack. You're never doing it well enough for somebody. You're either doing too much and pushing too hard, or you're not pushing hard enough. How do you hold that fear, and how do you become courageous? There's a Nelson Mandela quote, which I always go back to, which is, courage is not the absence of fear. It is having fear and doing it anyway. And we are all in that moment. And so the Earthshot Prize is here to say, we're here to support you because we know the courage it takes to be bold and to take rapid action, and we have to do it.
That's super inspiring. Thank you for that. I think one of the things that we struggle with really is to kind of find that perseverance and that fellowship. And we actually launched this network called the CSO Exchange, a year ago, and it's really for chief sustainability officers to have a glass of wine and a shoulder to cry on. And Vinamra has been at our meetings quite regularly, and it is quite tough. And even from the media perspective, we also have to calibrate how much do we want to scrutinize and criticize, but how much also we must encourage and acknowledge that things are imperfect. I mean, look at carbon markets. Vinamra has just said about carbon credits and how that's being entirely questioned right now. But it started from a good place because it was facilitating finance from the developed economies into developing ones. And I think the more important thing is that we try, and even if we fail, we try again. And I think that's really critical. I have a question here from our audience that builds on this point that we're talking about. And it says, earlier, Vinamra mentioned that the boring solutions are the most impactful ones. And is this something that Earthshot also considers, or should financing be left to the private sector?
No, I love boring. Boring's great. When I was at Nike, the most boring thing actually turned out to be the most exciting thing, which is waste. There was someone at one stage was like, I got the nickname of the Queen of Waste internally because I would just rabbit on about waste all the time. But the reason it was so great was it was what converted the CFO at the time at Nike into becoming the king of waste. because suddenly he was like, oh, this is straight money back into the company. It's amazing, you know. So I actually think that it's about that, going back to that portfolio view, right? Which is, it's exactly that point. You know, not all percentages are created equally. Sometimes chipping away at a boring 10% that can be easily scaled and replicated across a company or a city or wherever, and it creates a bottom line immediate short-term win, like bingo, do it. And then use it to be the door opener, the wedge in the door to something that maybe is higher cost and higher risk, but could also bring returns, but in a longer frame. So how do you pull those different levers and see them as a portfolio, I think is really important. And so, yeah, you know, if you'd said to me, City of Milan is doing this really interesting policy about food waste, of course that's so boring, I would never imagine. Well, no, they got a prize. Yeah. We put them on the global stage and said they deserve to win because no one talks about food waste, but it's a massive carbon emissions, it's a massive poverty issue, it's an inequity issue, and this little city of Milan just went, yeah, we're just going to do this with policy. Yeah. Yeah. Boring is great.
No, and that's amazing. Actually, we have that in common because my team knows I'm super obsessed about waste as well. I go and visit landfills in my free time and I send the
You're
team.
really sad.
Yeah, but that's why we have that waste film that we'll be showing everyone later today, which, you know, I'm sorry that you can't stay, but I will send you the link to it. We have time for one more question, and I'm going to prioritize the audience here. Okay, yeah, go ahead and identify yourself and organization, please.
Yeah, hi, my name is Uwe from Falcon Crest. A lot of people are very concerned about climate tech, and I like this Earthshot. This is the first time I heard about it, and I'm very impressed by your focus on innovation and how to save the Earth. But my question is, why aren't people sort of paying attention to war prevention instead of climate, because war can be quite instant? So my question here is, how do you innovate future wars? Greta Thunberg has like a TV show on BBC, and she said, yeah, let's innovate, make war green by making bullets out of vegetables. Those kind of things, right? But of course, this is, no. So my question is really, why aren't people paying attention to war prevention at a moment like this? Because the impact of war on climate is severe. Yeah. It's one of the biggest carbon emission that I can think of. Why? And my question is really, why aren't people questioning this?
Well, I would maybe turn that in a different way, and I'm going to go personal for a little bit. So way back in the day when I first started at Nike, we started working with the UNHCR, the High Commission for Refugees, and we did a lot of work in refugee camps around access to sport for women, for boys and girls, and access to education. And it gave me a glimpse into the world of refugees. And we worked with the High Commissioner at the time, that was Antonio Guterres, who's the now UN Secretary General, to create the first report on the potential impact of climate on forced migration and refugees and asylum seekers. And it was, at the time, this is back in the early 2000s, we estimated together that the impact of climate would actually increase the number of refugees by, I think it was 50 million at the time. Obviously, we've unfortunately vastly outstripped it. But what became so clear to me then is that wars are fought over water and land and the absence of crops. You know, climate will be, and already is, one of the big drivers of wars and migration and instability. And so I think we have to start with the focus being, we have to solve this climate crisis together as fast as possible. And even then, we will need adaptation. It's a stability and a security issue and a peace issue as much as it is an economic and anything other issue. So how about we just stop the wars before they start?
Very well said, Hannah. And I think, I mentioned the geopolitics being extremely challenging today. And then obviously right now in the Middle East, what's happening is really not ideal. And it's very easy to be discouraged. But you are absolutely right that if you look at the underlying reasons for war, it's really the scarcity of resources and the fact that we have not been custodians and stewards of how that is equitably distributed. And that has caused a lot of heartache and resentment and anger, and that spilled over into a lot of nationalist sentiments. And I think in this very, very difficult time, the messages of peace and hope and urgency are so critical. And so to my final question, I wanted to ask, we are sitting here because we care. And I think the Earthshot Prize and all the partners, they care. And sometimes I forget that there are a lot of people out there who don't care. And I went and trained a group of directors about a month ago at the Singapore Institute of Directors, and we had an ESG session. And during the game, the Slido game at the end, somebody's name was I Love Oil and Gas. And it was obviously to kind of like just rip, the trainer. And when I speak to some directors after, they're like, well, don't see why this concerns me, And there's still such a huge group of people out there who are still unfazed by, you look at America, half of them don't think that climate change exists. So as your final thought, how do we, continue to grow this movement? And what advice would you have for all of us here in this room who are looking to the Earthshot for inspiration and to our leaders, I suppose, for that leadership that we need?
Well, I think that, again, to give some optimism, if you go back 20 years, those of us that were in the sustainability movement were definitely treated like we were the green weirdos and people would avoid us in the corridors of corporate America. I think anyone that is not realizing that the future will be green is really missing out on what is going to be the major dominating transformational change that our world is going to go through. It is going to happen. Anyone that is not realizing that Gen Z and millennials are profoundly angry and anxious and determined to integrate their purpose and their values into their careers, anyone that hasn't realized that they're going to miss out on that talent is clearly not reading all the data. And anyone that doesn't realize that as an investor, this is where you want to be putting your portfolio of bets, in the same way that everybody now regrets they weren't an early investor in like the Airbnbs and the Ubers of the world. That's what the FOMO is going to look like in 10 years. So let's reframe this. Everyone in this room are the leaders in the vanguard. You are pioneering. You're doing incredible work. The thousands of nominations coming in to the Earthshot Prize are just the tip of what is a movement. This is a movement of talent using human ingenuity to fix the planet in ways that will change everything we think of and everything we do. So if you wanted to invest in Apple when it was just a little idea in Steve Jobs' mind and wish that you'd done that, your chance now is here. Invest in anyone that's investing in their talent to come up with solutions, because this will be regulated, this will be enabled, this will become the force. The question is not if, it's when.
That's a great parting shot. Thank you so much, Hannah. I've learned so much from you. Please join me to thank Hannah for such an insightful fireside chat. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hannah and Jess. Can I actually ask both of you to please remain on stage for a quick photo? Thank you. Let's give them another round of applause. All right. The fireside chat segues us very nicely into our first plenary session of the day, titled Solutions for Net Zero Inclusive Cities. Again, for the audience, there will be a chance to pose your questions to the panelists via the Slido code that will be shown on the screen shortly, or if you already have the link open from before, it will be the same link for this panel as well. Without further ado, I'd like to hand over the time to Megan C., Director of Partnerships at EcoBusiness, to moderate the panel discussion. Joining her, we will have Joe Hooper, Director of the UNDP Global Center for Technology, Professor Perrine Hamel, Assistant Professor at the Nanyang Technological University, and Professor Lee Po-Seng, Associate Professor at NUS and Executive Director of the Energy Studies.
Check, mic check. Mic check. Can you? Okay. All right. Thank you, Erin, for the introduction, and thank you, everyone, for being here this morning in this very, very beautiful space of ours. Today, we have such a distinguished guest on panel today to talk with us about solutions for net zero inclusive cities. Before I go ahead to introduce them properly, I'm going to just set the context for today's discussion. As all the speakers here before us already rightly mentioned, cities already consume such a big amount of the world's energy, just about 80% of that emitting about more than 60% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions as well. This is all leading to a huge contribution to the global temperatures rising 1.1 degrees Celsius since pre-industrial era. Asia itself is home to about 17 of the 33 megacities in the world, and the region's urbanization rate is projected to reach about 64% by 2050. But we all know that developing livable and sustainable cities is very critical for Asia's future growth. So cities must decarbonize very urgently to limit temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius as set out in Paris Agreement. But this is super challenging as well because due to urbanization, population growth, all leads to increased energy demands as well, while cities also rely really heavily on hard-to-abate sectors such as urban transportation, industrial and commercial activities as well. So balancing the needs of the population growth while keeping emissions low will need significant planning and investment as well, including policies that can promote the development of technology, use of data, and also the use of innovation as well to build inclusive cities and sustainable plus resilient cities as well. So what kind of key policy shifts are needed to phase out Asian cities' fossil fuel dependence? What will happen, what will need to happen to enable climate positive development so that no one is left behind? So our speakers here today will be very expertly as well, taking us through all these solutions. So I have here Joe Hooper, Director of the UNDP Global Center for Technology, Innovation and Sustainable Development. We've got Professor Perrine Hamel here as well, Assistant Professor for the Asian School of the Environment of Nanyang Technological University, and Professor Lee Po-Seng, Associate Professor and Executive Director of the Energy Studies Institute, National University of Singapore. So before we go into the first questions for all the panel speakers, I'm going to put a Slido audience poll up there just to keep you guys on your toes. I know it's coming into the lunch hour. So this question is here. What is the biggest roadblock in decarbonizing urban Asia? I would like you all to whip out your phones and put in your responses. So lack of viable technologies, lack of policy coherence, financing shortfall, low popular support, and others. If I don't see you whipping out your phone, I know that you're not participating. All right, I'm going to give a couple more seconds while we see the poll results appear on the screen. Okay, financing shortfall, okay. Coming up quite strongly as well, low policy. Super interesting. I think it's all pretty even. He's still moving, all right. I guess you guys are all voting. But while we see this poll, teeter about a little bit, I'm going to go into my first question for my speakers here today. You can also comment as well on this poll question. But the question here is, what are the biggest sustainability challenges facing urban Asia today? I'm going to start with Joe.
Thank you so much. And can we go back to that slide with all the poll results? Because I think this is actually quite interesting. So the biggest challenges, and I'm glad that you put that in plural, because you can't speak about one challenge in the urban setting these days. And what I think we're seeing is really a polycrisis in many of the cities in this region and globally, where we're seeing the crises compound each other. You can't, for instance, talk about climate change and the impact of climate without talking about informal settlement, without talking about the economic development within that city, which has driven people into these areas, without talking about affordable housing. The interrelationship between these crises, I think, is actually the key point that I think we need to focus on. But what's interesting also here is that it's showing up as a people problem, not a technology problem. That's what's great to see, actually. So one of the challenges that I think we face is not necessarily all of the complexities of these different sectoral issues, but being able to think in a form of complexity, because a city is a complex system. It's not complicated, it's complex. That means it's about human interaction. So when we see policy, financing, popular support, these are challenges that we've created and as people can solve. So when I'm thinking about all of this, let's focus on that ability to do what Hannah said. The radical collaboration across sectors will help us address some of these challenges and move beyond a sectoral view into actually looking at the system, the city as a complex system.
Thank you so much, Joe, for starting us off there. And Perrin.
Sure, thanks. Good morning. Great to be here. And I think I'm just going to echo what Joe said, because we talked about this before also. And it's not a very sexy message to send, but yes, sustainability is very, very complex. So there's not one urban sustainability challenge, but all of them are very complex and interacting with each other. So if I say that the biggest sustainability challenges are about climate, biodiversity, and I'm going to go with informality. There are many social challenges, but I think informality in Asia and Southeast Asia is an extremely important one. If I say that these are the three major challenges, I'm actually saying that 1 million challenges are what are in front of us. So I think all of you here know about the climate crisis that we're facing. We know that it's hot in Singapore. It's going to be even hotter. So we are facing more climate challenges ahead, whether it's heat waves, whether it's flooding. So we all know this, and we're experiencing it right now. Biodiversity, again, just to put everyone on the same page, we know that we're facing the sixth species extinction. And by losing species, we are also losing all the benefits that come with ecosystems and natural ecosystems. So those of you more familiar with the conservation challenges will know that it's not only pandas and beautiful insects that we're losing, but it's also all these services, all these benefits, whether it's carbon sequestration, whether it's pollination, whether it's water supply, clean water supply. So all of these are being lost as we are losing species. Just a final point on informality. So we know that it's 25% globally of the urban population that is in so-called informal settlements. So areas that have typically low access to infrastructure, and also where governments really don't know how many people and what type of infrastructure is actually needed in these areas. This saying that you can't manage what you can't measure is very relevant here, because if you don't know where people are, what are their needs, what type of infrastructure they need, how do you steer a complex system like a city into a more sustainable direction? So I think this is just to set the scene for the conversation, but all these challenges are very interlinked, and that's why it's not an easy challenge ahead of us.
Thank you so much, Perrin, for highlighting that, and highlighting as well that the challenges are all interlinked, similar to what Joe said in terms of the poly crisis and all the risks that we're facing right now as well. Professor Liu, on to you.
My view on this is, while we are pushing for the sustainability, for decarbonization, but I think this has to be balanced with the needs of ASEAN countries, right, to sort of go up in terms of the standard of living, in terms of supporting a larger urban population, as well as in terms of the economic growth. So I think it has to be taken in the local context, but certainly I think that a lot can be done if we were to adopt a collaborative approach. But I think that it would be good if we can sort of inject the local context and sort of come up with tailored solutions that specifically take into the consideration local constraints as well as local opportunities. So if we do that, I think we will have the best chance of making the entire Asia or even the entire world more sustainable.
Thank you so much, Professor. I just want to hone in a little bit more on what Joe and Perrin as well mentioned in terms of how these risks we're facing are all interconnected, not only because of the poly crisis we're facing right now, but the fact that the current energy crisis has caused a little bit of a setback to our long-term climate mitigation efforts. But this is also a huge opportunity for us to move forward on building resilience towards a more stable green economy. And with that, we're talking about urban Asia, the cities here as well, and nearly 55% of Asia's population is predicted to live in cities by 2030, and that's a huge amount of the population. So as impacts of climate change intensify, and I'm going to take this quote from one of our recent events from the Attorney General of BDO Unibank, we're not facing climate crisis. We're in a climate crisis. We're in a climate event right now. So extreme weather events are increasingly going to be felt by cities, affecting urban infrastructure, affecting services, also with the marginal population as well. With that, cities will need more affordable and effective protection and adaptation solutions as well. So how well are Asian cities' adaptation efforts going, in your opinion? I'm going to start with Joe. You've got a little snicker on your face.
So that's a great question, and again, there is no simple answer. Maybe I can point to some areas where we see very positive movement and we see, I think, very hopeful messages. The integration of renewable energy into urban grids, it's slow. It's not happening necessarily at the pace that we're looking for. There's all the challenges, but we do see more effort in that space. So I'm very happy to see that. I think in terms of public transit, we're also seeing more effort in that space. And again, I'm speaking in generalities here. And we also have to consider, even within a country, if we're speaking about the capital versus a secondary city, you're already going to have very differentiated views. Some other areas I think that we're seeing more progress towards is perhaps water management. We're seeing waste management also come up on the radar, I think. So yeah, I see progress around those areas. And if I was to try to differentiate that by sub-region or other specific countries, it would be very, very complex and probably a little controversial because it's all about the point of view you hold. But the key message here is there is progress in those areas. Is it fast enough? I think we can all agree no. In many cases, it's not. But then that's a question of acceleration and scale, which we came back to this point.
Yeah, it was well mentioned as well this morning. It's the problem of having a speed to scale, right, as opposed to the existence of these innovations and solutions. And Perrin, I'll let you get your thoughts on that as well.
Sure. I guess to complement this answer, I would highlight that yes, there is innovation. We've talked about some of the amazing innovation for the Restaurant Prize. We are seeing that all across the region. In Singapore, of course, if we think about adaptation, we can think about adaptation to sea level rise, which is an important one. We know that the government, we know that PUB are working hard on this. And this is relatively recent. I think the 2019 National Day rally was kind of a starting point also for this realization in Singapore that this is the next big challenge, and Singapore is great at doing planning, and so we can actually address and make substantial progress in that direction. So this is one example. We see many, many positive trends in many other cities. I work on new towns, so most of you would have heard of the new capital city, Nusantara in Indonesia. I work more generally on this idea of new developments in Jakarta. It's not perfect. They are encroaching upon natural ecosystems that has lots of implications, but most of these developments include and incorporate some very interesting environmentally friendly initiatives. So all this is positive. Again, is it fast enough? And is the system as a whole, for lack of a better word, is changing fast enough? Probably not, but we're all trying to do our best.
Yes, thank you so much, Perrin. And there is an interesting thought that, all of us, again, know that the solutions are there. It's the speed that we're looking for. But what else can we do? And Prof. Lee wanted to get you to comment there as well.
I think one area that we can do a lot more is actually to move innovations out of, for example, university research centers, right? Because a lot of time researchers will sort of publish the research outcomes, the innovative findings at the academic conferences or in academic journals. But I think we really need to make a bigger push, right, to sort of translate the R&D outcomes into I&E, the value creations. And to do that, I think the researchers will need to work very closely with industry players. Because I think the industry players will be the one that have the know-how to do the system integration, to do the scaling up. And one way to facilitate this process is actually to create sandboxes, right, that are embedded in production systems, right, so that you can actually really subject these innovative solutions to real-world environment testing. And once you can de-risk, once you can demonstrate the efficacies of such solutions, I think that's when the industry players will be ready to put in the investment to actually scale up such solutions. So I think certainly it requires an academia industry collaboration to fast track some of the translation of R&D outcomes into actual deployable solutions.
Thank you so much, Prof. I wanted to just stay with you for a little bit because you did mention how industry has to collaborate with research centers. Do you have an example off the top of your head that's been successful in this case?
Sure. So a number of initiatives are still ongoing, but I'd just like to sort of mention the two. One, which is actually the recently established CFI, which is the Coastal Protections and Flood Resilience Institute at NUS. So I think what they've done is actually they have consciously pulled in quite a number of industry players so that they can actually work alongside the researchers, right? Because sometimes when we come about doing research, actually the professors, the researchers will actually sort of think of the research problem to solve, right? Then they get the grants, then they execute on the research projects, leading to certain, for example, IP that are being generated and whatnot. But you will find that there are also a lot of instances whereby you come up with a solution, then you went around hunting for the problems, right? But I think what is more important, especially in terms of addressing the grand challenges related to the sustainability or decarbonization, it should be a very problem-driven approach, right? So it should be the industry, the agency presenting the pain points, the gaps, and for researchers to work alongside the government and industry, right, to do very use-inspired research, conduct very use-inspired research, so that the outcome can then be directly translated into deployable solution. The second example is actually what I'm a part of, the Sustainable Tropical Data Center Testbed. So we have brought on board 20 companies. So to basically work closely with a university researcher, right, so that we can actually jointly de-risk and demonstrate sustainable data centers cooling solutions. And with that, we are sort of creating a sandbox whereby we're actually supporting actually real compute workload. So again, it's not the simulated loads, right? It's actually solving the real world or practical real world problems. So I think such a initiative and platform, I think, goes a long way in terms of making sure that the research outcomes can be directly translated into deployable solutions.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that insight. Yes, of course, Baron, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just use this time to fully agree with what was shared and also to highlight that I don't know if so many people here realize the amazing research ecosystem we have in Singapore. I've worked in Australia, in the US, in France, and in Europe. The amount of money that is injected into research in Singapore is just amazing to me. So this is great. Money is not everything. So then you do need to translate that into real outcomes and give incentives for researchers to actually work in close partnerships with industry or with the government not necessarily the traditional academic incentives. So we're not going to go into an academic debate here, but it's just to highlight that it's a huge opportunity that we have for Singapore and for the region, that some of us are lucky enough to be paid to do the thinking that is needed to address these complex challenges. But then there's also a need to essentially meet the goals that we are setting ourselves by changing the culture also around how research is being done and contributing to society.
Thank you so much, Perrin, for providing that. And yes, Singapore is building itself up to be a green hub, green finance hub, and that's why our researchers here are also amazing as well. I wanted to turn a little bit into the solutions part of things, and as the poll showed as well, and many case studies have shown, there's a wide range of innovative tech that's already available for a clean energy transition. So the cost of these options are continuously decreasing. They're also improving in quality and capability as well, making this a very compelling case for cities to ramp up adoption plans. But what sort of urban sustainability innovations are looking the most promising in this region, do you think? Joe, would like to go to.
Maybe I can reference one that's not often talked about, and that's what we're basically calling the urban tech stack. So we know that there's a national GovTech stacks, these national digital building blocks, if you'd like, that different providers can utilize for service provision or combining those data sets into doing some interesting analysis. And now we've seen those in India, we see it in Singapore, one of the world leaders in the national government tech stacks. But at the urban level, we're starting to see some very interesting innovations here which can help drive energy transition, help build climate resilience, and that's utilizing all of the data that's generated by the different service providers at the local level, be they national government jurisdictionally or local government, starting to put those into the public domain, have that data accessible, and allow developers and the private sector and others to generate value from that data. So concretely, we're seeing in some cities in Southeast Asia right now, waste monitoring. Very simple, Internet of Things data sensor on your bin, if you'd like, in one of your hawker stands or your hawker stalls. When that bin is full, the sensor goes off, someone comes and empties it. But that data is actually valuable to an entrepreneur to drive consumer behavior change in terms of what you're eating, how you're consuming, because they know the concentration of people in that locality is significant at certain points of time, and that's a touch point for them to utilize that data to provide behavioral nudges, for instance. To work with the hawkers to say, maybe you need to change the packaging material. Maybe we actually get together and instead of having plastic, we go into another form of material that's more valuable. So the urban tech stack, not talked about much right now, but I think over the next few months and perhaps the next year, it's a space that the United Nations Development Program is looking at. We think that's going to be a significant driver in terms of energy and broader climate action.
Thank you so much, Joe. And Perrin, like to get your, or rather maybe Prof. Lee as well, to get your thoughts on that?
I'll relate to the own area of research, which is on sustainable cooling. So I think this is an area which I feel the Asia countries or maybe even the subset Southeast Asia will be able to do a lot more. Because if you think about it, right, so when the weather gets too hot, the natural thing is actually you just turn on your aircon, right? You lower the temperature, the set point. So that's an easy, convenient way to do. But obviously back then you're generating a lot of waste heat, which you then end up discharging to the ambient, sort of making the urban heat, the island effect, more severe, right? But if you think about it, right, actually the folks that have been saying in this part of the world for centuries, right? So in fact, you can actually tolerate a higher temperature. So if we actually go back to the basic, whereby instead of just relying on mechanical cooling, we go back to the basics, right, whereby we look into integrating passive cooling design strategies, right? For example, whereby you have sufficient shading, you have sufficient greenery, right? If you can come up with design that promotes better ventilation airflow, you can actually greatly minimize the usage of mechanical cooling system. But I think this actually very much also ties in with the behavioral aspects, right? It's just that as the standards of living that actually improve, people naturally expect that, oh, you need to have an aircon installed at home, things like that. But if you were to sort of actively increase the awareness, right? As well as the public education. I think a lot can be done. I'll just use an example. So since a year ago, I set my office temperature to 27 degrees Celsius. Although Singapore, I think NUS guideline is 25, right? So I set it 2 degrees higher. So at first, I did feel a bit uncomfortable because it's actually higher than usual set point, right? But within like 2-3 months, actually my body kind of acclimatized to the higher set point. So I think it's always whether or not willing to push yourself to try out new stuff, right? So I think besides the technology part, I think we need to really go back to the basic as well as focus more on the behavioral change.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree regarding air conditioning. It's always too hot outside, too cold inside. You don't know whether to wear a jacket or not. That's always quite a big conundrum here, especially in the Catapult building. It's always really, really nicely temperatured here as well. But just on that behavioral point of view, just last week, the EMA actually announced a whole residential demand response program that will get households to manage the electricity grid load by, through smart meters, and then also giving them financial incentives as well to, use the grid at lower peak times. What are the best ways, to engage urban residents to engage in sustainability actions without putting undue responsibilities on them? I know that, I guess in terms of, say, using a washing machine, people will be using it at night, where everyone's coming home from work, and that's when maybe the load goes up. But, what other ways can we engage with them without putting them to too much burden in a way? Joe, maybe to you first.
Well, I think we've actually given the answer to that, and that is the behavioral nudging aspect of this. And we heard about the carrot and sticks this morning. There's sanctions, hard regulation that's supposed to drive behavior change. I actually think that has limited traction in the long term. But I think if you do that behavioral nudging, if you'd like, so rather than subsidize a fossil fuel-based electricity consumption at the consumer level, let that price be what it may, provide the subsidy on better appliances, energy efficient appliances, for instance. Or take that money and invest in what SP Group is doing, this live monitoring, so you can see your price point based on really the time of day, and you can adjust your behavior that way. I think if we engage with communities from that perspective, we've seen it drive more long-term behavior change. It's not going to revert back to type, if you'd like. And the other thing that I think is most important is really to meet the communities where they are, and that sounds patently obvious. When we engage, though, you also have to understand it's not a level playing field. The capacity for certain communities to engage in these discussions and to engage meaningfully is not necessarily the same as others in the same urban space. There are groups that are at a disadvantage in terms of actually having these discussions and being participants in these discussions. I think we also need to put effort there to allow them to engage with parity in trying to make these determinations around policy and regulation in the cities that they live.
Yeah, no, thanks, Joe, for that. And Perry, on to you. I know that, we did mention a little bit about, people now living with anxiety, with a little bit of fear as well for the future. What were your thoughts on the whole eco-anxiety problem that's happening now?
And related to your initial question, I would say that tapping into this eco-anxiety that we see all around the world, including in Singapore, people in the younger generation is extremely aware of the climate crisis, the biodiversity crisis, and they are actually hungry for initiatives, ways to engage and to do their bit as a way perhaps selfishly to alleviate this stress, but I think this is a really good motivation for them to also do their part. And so I guess one example of enabling this is to support ground level initiatives, and there are lots of them. There are lots of really good organizations, non-profit, doing excellent work in Singapore, in the region. An example that I like is what we call living labs. Maybe some of you have heard of it. Essentially a group of citizens, and some of them can be expert in a topic. I'm thinking one in Bangkok, which is called the Circular Design Lab. They've done quite a lot of work on air quality. As we know, many Asian cities are facing huge pollution issues. And so a group of people like you and me from different walks of life, essentially getting together with this ambition to make things change. And so by allowing these experiments, so the idea with living labs is really that people get a space to talk about issues and to think about what is actually needed and experiment with things. One of my colleagues always talk about urban tinkering, and I think this is a good way of representing this small changes and pushes in one direction. Maybe it's successful and you keep pushing, maybe it's not, and you find a slightly different direction for solutions to air pollution, for example. But I think enabling and supporting this kind of initiative is a really good way of essentially responding to this hunger, I was saying, for the young generation and not so young generation to do their part.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your insights on that, Perrin. And actually, I wanted to go to Professor Lee. We did talk a little bit about air conditioning, kind of loading up the electricity grid as well. And with that, there's lots of talk about upgrading the urban electricity grids to support renewable energy. And Singapore in particular, plans to produce more than 2 gigawatts of solar power by 2030 and, increase the amount of low carbon electricity imports to about 4 gigawatts by 2035. Down from 700 megawatts we have right now. So in terms of that, what do you see as a progress happening right now on upgrading this electricity grid, and what are the promising ways out of this slow pace?
I think Singapore's side is probably still doing relatively okay, but if you are talking about the sort of tapping on the regional power grid, I think this is where Singapore need to work closely with our ASEAN neighbors, right, to look into the expanding the existing grid network as well as upgrading some of the grid infrastructure, right? But I think some of the grid infrastructure are fairly dated, so it may not be able to support the injection of high capacity of a renewable energy generation. So I think that bit certainly has to be very much a collaborative approach. But Singapore, I suppose, can take the leadership position to sort of work with our ASEAN neighbors to expand as well as upgrade on the grid aspect. But I think the grid is one thing, but going back to your previous question, I think there's also a lot that can be done on the demand response aspects, right? See, while we sort of look into low carbon energy supply, but we also need to be conscious on the demand aspect, right? So demand response is one. Then the other, the unsexy stuff, energy efficiency, right? So if you switch to more energy efficient appliance, right? Or for example, for the use cases like data centers, you switch from conventional air cooling to liquid cooling. So that will lead to a very substantial reduction in the overall energy consumption. So I think it really needs to be a holistic approach. Supply certainly is very important, right? Moving from conventional fossil-based energy generation to low carbon energy generation. But I think at the same time, the supporting grid infrastructure as well as the demand side have a lot to do.
Thank you so much for that. And going to energy efficiency, as Tana pointed out earlier, boring is good, going back to traditional, going back to base foundations. And I wanted to go to Joe as well on this question, what do you see are promising ways out of this apparent slow adoption of, new electricity infrastructure grids?
On this sector, I'm not that much of an optimist, really, because it's the technology. There's a lot of debate around the battery storage capabilities, affordability of battery storage, so that when you have solar or wind generated, you can store it and then sell it at a proper price. There's a large debate around that and whether that is actually more sustainable given where the minerals come from and how those minerals are actually extracted. So you start to go down that road and you start to quickly call into question some of your fundamental beliefs about a just energy transition. Because is this affordable? Is it an equitable access to these technologies? Who has the domain over decision-making around which technologies are deployed and in what order? Where is that cost described? These are fundamental questions that are so context-specific, and even within each country, even city-specific. Are you a coastal city with access to tidal, for instance? Or are you a landlocked city that maybe doesn't have access to much? So when I think about what is actually very, very promising in terms of coming online, what I see is a very I would say, bold effort in this region to realize the interdependencies and to be talking cross-border almost by nature, saying that we're in this together. We need to think beyond our national boundaries to try to solve this issue. You have assets and comparative advantage there, perhaps more hydroelectricity. We have assets here and solar. How can we bridge those gaps between the connectivity? That, for me, is the most promising, is that dialogue that is happening at this sort of above national level. And I think there's still a lot to be learned from what's happening in Southeast Asia on this front. I know that there are other regions examining it as well, but perhaps not to that level of depth and technical specificity. So that gives me a lot of hope, is that type of dialogue.
Thanks, Joe. And I think maybe Professor Lee and Joe will have a dialogue after this on the pros, on the good side and the bad sides of the current status right now. I wanted to turn to the audience. We're going to be putting on a Q&A really, really soon. So if you can just flash up the QR for them to start putting questions in. But I've got a question for Perrin. We talked about solutions. We talked about the innovative technologies out there right now. But we know that nature-based solutions has shown to be able to address both mitigation and adaptation issues if implemented at scale. Nature-based solutions could provide about 37% of climate mitigation efforts to reach the Paris Agreement goals by 2030. So what kinds of nature-based solutions have you seen being explored and implemented across Asia cities?
Thank you for crafting this question for me, essentially. This is my favorite topic to talk about. Everyone has heard of nature-based solutions? I'm guessing yes. Everyone can define nature-based solutions in a clear and straightforward way? Yeah? All right. The reason I'm asking this is that I think it's one of these buzzwords now that we talk about a lot, not necessarily meaning the same things in everyone's minds, which has high potential for greenwashing as well. So just to clarify, essentially nature-based solutions that are protecting or restoring natural ecosystems in cities, outside cities, so we're not necessarily talking about urban nature-based solutions. And they can look very, very natural, meaning forest, our central catchment here in Singapore, the fact that it's protected, this is a nature-based solution. But we also talk about very engineered solutions, green roofs, what we call ABC waters features here in Singapore to manage our urban water. So really a range of nature-based solutions. The statistic you gave about the potential for nature-based solutions to actually address and mitigate climate is, I think, a quite optimistic one, and we're definitely talking about very large restoration and conservation actions outside cities. In cities, carbon sequestration, because when we're talking about climate mitigation, we are talking about carbon sequestration, is very, very limited. If you look at the numbers, even for the 1 million tree movement in Singapore, we are not going to save or fix the climate with these 1 million trees. So this is just to set the scene. We're talking about lots of very different things. The very nice advantage and thing about nature-based solution is that they are what we call multifunctional. They do, because we rely on nature, not only they sequester carbon a little bit, but they also help adapting and provide a lot of benefits. So this is why a lot of us are studying these solutions. What is the potential in cities to help reduce the urban heat island effect, to help with managing our urban water, and so on and so forth. So to answer your question more specifically, what we're seeing a lot in Southeast Asia, one, I would say, is skyrise greenery. We're looking at all the beautiful plants, including here. This is indoor, but still research shows that if you watch this for enough minutes, you will have mental health benefits, so feel free to do that while we speak. But skyrise greenery, I think we have beautiful building examples in Singapore. We've also studied in the lab water-related nature-based solutions, and we know that the more engineered solutions would be the most common in Southeast Asia for obvious reasons. They're actually engineered to do that, as well as wetlands. Maybe some of you know the Putrajaya wetlands in close to Kuala Lumpur. These would be examples. And just maybe a last point on this. We were talking about informal settlements earlier, and so this is something that I'm very passionate about, to understand what is the potential for nature-based solutions in these informal areas as well. Because as we made the point earlier, we cannot ignore these sometimes 50% of urban citizens in Asian cities. And so, not surprisingly, there are actually examples of nature-based solutions, the very low-tech ones. Community gardens, you have community efforts to grow vegetables, and so this is a nature-based solution in itself, as well as lots of riparian, so river bank vegetations, etc. So we see all these nature-based solutions. Some of them are newer, more engineered. Some of them have centuries and millennia of experience, and I think our role is also to better understand which ones to push in what context. And going back to Joe's point about every city is different, and so it's not a silver bullet, but different portfolios and combinations of nature-based solutions will be needed.
Thank you so much, Perrin. I'm going to go to the Q&A really soon. I think I see a couple of questions here as well. But I just wanted to ask the speakers here one more question. So we spoke about the kind of solutions, innovations, the challenges, that we have in terms of solutions for net zero inclusive cities. How would you score Southeast Asian cities in sustainability versus other regions in the world? I don't think I need government people here, so I think you're safe. But Joe, go ahead.
The safest answer is I wouldn't score for various reasons, because it is so complex. You're really comparing very, very different contexts, histories, cultures, economies. And goodness knows the UN Development Program, we know indices. We publish every year the Human Development Report, where we try to articulate human development progress or retrenchment at a global level. And that has taken 25 years of work on that methodology, and we're still not there yet. So there's city prosperity indices that you can look to. Different organizations have those, and I think they're becoming more sophisticated as such. But I'm not going to dodge your question. I'm going to try to also take it a little bit head on. So maybe we can talk about in what sectors do I see cities moving faster in Southeast Asia and making progress? And I mentioned a few of those earlier. But I do see the dimension of public transit and alternative forms of mobility coming up onto the agenda, and I do see progress there. I think it's exciting to see what's coming. I don't think it's always mass transit, such as subways and all the rest. I think there's alternative forms as well. I think you just have to look around Singapore for some very interesting examples of how to encourage people to walk. Put a roof over the sidewalk. Not exactly high tech, right? Saves you from the sun and the rain, and you don't mind going out. So you can look to these low-tech solutions and just say, that could work to try to increase the mobility. But let me also be blunt. Progress is not fast enough. I think we feel that. And while we see some cities moving quickly, individual action at the city level is not going to move the needle sufficiently on the time horizons we have. We need action at scale. And we need action beyond the primary or capital city in many countries. Yes, that's where the predominant agglomerations of population and economy are, but secondary cities are where the growth is happening. And they don't receive the attention in terms of driving the innovation there and driving the solutions there. So I hope I tried to come to your point on some of those questions, but it is incredibly complex to do that type of comparison. Yeah. I don't think it can be aggregated because you get lost in abstraction very quickly. And I don't think that's helpful for trying to move action forward. But I do think within countries, a lot more analysis can also be done between cities of similar contexts, similar background history and others. And from that point, you can probably drive more coherent response.
Thanks, Joe. Very, very elaborate response on that. I was going to ask you to score, but I wouldn't. I'm not going to put you in that position. Perrin, what about you?
Yeah, I think scoring and ranking indices are a very, very interesting but challenging area of work. So same thing, I'm probably going to steer away from your question. important to realize that I think over the last 15 years, there are more than 500 indices and indicators for cities that have been developed. So the great thing about this is that you can probably find one where Singapore is first and one where Singapore is also very, very low. And this is to Joe's point. It's like all these indicators look at many different, all these indices look at many different indicators, and cities are doing better or worse on that front. So are these indicators and rankings useless? Definitely no. I think they're very useful to see what's the range of possibility. I was looking at one before coming here that's called the Urban Environmental and Social Index, developed by the Data Driven Lab in the US. I think this is one of the best one in my view, where it's really looking at environmental and social aspects, which I think we made the point are really important consideration in addition to economic sustainability. And so you find that cities in Southeast Asia are actually doing very well on the tree cover. I think we are lucky that we have lush vegetation. So in Singapore, for example, we're doing very well on that front. Air quality, many Asian cities would not score very well. So same thing, there's lots of room for improvement, but it is useful to look at these indices and see where we can do better.
Thank you, Baron. And to Prof. Lee.
On a scale of 10, I would give 5.5 to 6. I think the reason why I give a passing mark or grade is because I think just in this year, 2023, right? So there are a lot of announcements, in particular the things related to the ASEAN Power Grid. So I think it gives me hope that things can accelerate going forward. I think besides the various announcements or the various trials pertaining to the low carbon electricity import, there's also a lot of announcements pertaining to renewable energy projects across the region. So I think we're getting to a point whereby all the ASEAN countries feel that sustainability is an imperative. So that's why I think, while there's still a long way to go, but I think the trajectory seems to be going up. And I'm hopeful that over the next 7 years, things will be done in a more accelerated fashion. But it has to be all hands on deck and a highly collaborative approach.
Yeah, thank you so much, Prof. Lee. And I think we're seeing a lot of, two main themes converge, I think, on this morning's conversations, the borrowing more foundational solutions, going back to basics, and also the need for the scaling of solutions at a fast enough pace as well. So I'm going to take the questions from the audience right now. There's a mic going around, although I have quite a few questions already coming up. I just wanted to give the chance for anyone in the audience to ask a question directly. Maybe we'll pass to the lady at the back. The microphone is closest.
Thank you. I just read that Indonesia has released their JetB website 2-3 days ago. So I'd love to hear your views on where is Singapore planning to participate in that space. I know HSBC and MAS and DBS have brought out the paper, but in terms of practical execution, what do you see happening in the next 6 to 12 months? Thank you.
Yes, Prof. Lee, this is for you.
Okay, I'm not sure I'm necessarily the best person to take this question. But I think Singapore's, at least the initial position that has always been, we will create the demand, right? Then the projects will follow. But I think we need to do quite a bit more, right? So meaning that for example, to your point, the JetP in Indonesia. So one way is actually we need to even go into, for example, Indonesia, Vietnam, Laos, to provide the technical assistance. Because if you look at in terms of engineering capability, Singapore is actually quite strong, right? Again, going back to my domain, which is data centers. Interestingly, most of the data centers in the region are all mainly designed in Singapore. So I think we do actually have the capability. So I think beyond the financial part, I think we need to be more deeply involved in terms of the project, design, the project execution, and probably even in terms of the policy reforms, right? I think Singapore is actually quite advanced in terms of policy design. So I think this is an aspect that I feel Singapore, both government and industry, can do a lot more, right? Beyond just creating the demand.
Thank you so much, Prof. Lee, for that. I'm going to go to the questions I'm seeing here. One is pretty interesting. How scalable are research solutions? Are they solutions that can be applied commercially? And are the researchers that are successful at a lab scale? I mean, these are 3 questions. You can pick whichever one you want to answer. I'll start with Professor Lee.
So I think it is really a mixed bag. I think if you look at, just use the example, NTU and NUS, I think we are actually fairly big university, right? So we do actually have professor, researcher actually working on one whole array of solutions, right? From very fundamental research with TRL 1 to 3, but there are also those who are willing to push it to maybe up to 4 to 5 before the industry comes in to take it and actually deploy, right? So I think we really need to recognize impacts in different forms. I'll say one of my concerns is actually most academic institution tends to reward very fundamental work, right? Publishing in very high impact journals, things like that, right? With high H index, high citation. But I think to really benefit the local industry as well as the country, I think we need to actually recognize the application impact, right? So that we send the right signal to the researcher so that they will be willing, at least a subset of the researchers are willing to take the next step to work closely with industry to start to address integration and scaling up issues, which a lot of time is uncharted territory for researcher, but I think we do need to actually facilitate the process.
Thank you, Prof. Lee. And Perrin, do you have any comments on that as well?
Perhaps 2 additions to this. We said that innovation is risky, and so some of this risk can be taken by universities as well, meaning that there is money, I mentioned it before, and so some of the R&D can be done at the university stage and is being done, especially for anything that is in the deep tech area. I would say this is a very important role that universities play. Not every researcher needs to work on the science to policy, science to industry integration and pathway, but I would say that a lot of us working on cities, on urban systems, understand now that there's no point publishing nice papers if only you and perhaps your parents read them, and a few colleagues. Maybe I'll ask you to read mine. So I think the point I'm trying to make is that we understand that if we do very applied research, then we need to work with practitioners, meaning government and the industry. I'm involved in a project called Cooling Singapore. We've talked about urban heat being a major issue that we face. We work very closely with agencies, whether it's URA, whether it's NParks here, to really make the research count. And so we develop software, tools that they can use in practice as well. So yeah, I guess just to reiterate that point, it's not the traditional role of researchers in the lab and then the rest of the world will figure out what to do with our research findings. I think this paradigm has changed, and a lot of us are very willing and actually doing the collaborations and the talking with other partners.
Thank you so much, Perrin. I wanted to go to another question as well that I received. This concerns behavioral change, which we spoke about a little bit earlier. And it's all about people, the behavior change, how policies can nudge them towards a more sustainable lifestyle as well. So in parts of Europe, in supermarkets, you can refill your orange juice with containers you bring. And as we all know, NTUC just started charging, or NTUC supermarkets everywhere started charging, 10 cents per plastic bag that you take. Where do you see, I guess, more implementations and advancements and kind of putting in place more, more rules like this for people to follow in Singapore? And I guess you come from different parts of the world as well. How have you seen that being implemented in your country, and how can Singapore learn from that in the citizens' response? Joe.
Oh, thanks. So I think there's lot of different experiences you can draw on, from the very simple that we're going to ban plastic bags or we're going to charge for them. We see many different national applications of that. We've seen some unintended consequences of that as well, in terms of you drive behavior change, but perhaps not in the ways that you thought about it, but the consumers find other ways to source, and they don't change their behavior at all. So in terms of some of the more interesting examples that we're looking at right now, a lot of what we call the generation one of mobility solutions, the free biking programs and all the rest, that first generation was all around provision of cycles, and that was great until you realized you were putting people into very dangerous situations on roads, and that there was no space for them to use. So generation two of around that is all around the mobility infrastructure, dedicated bike lanes, high velocity bike lanes. You go to Copenhagen, you better know where you're going, because you get on one of those bike lanes, everybody moves faster than a car does in downtown Copenhagen. But they have dedicated infrastructure for that to allow the mobility solution to be deployed more effectively. And as a result, car ownership and usership in Copenhagen has dropped, I think, to an all-time low, plus coupled with their rapid transit. And that's the next point. We're seeing, especially in the mobility space, the deployment of complementary solutions. We're seeing cities go, it's not just about autonomous mobility, it's also about affordability of public transit, it's also about tariffing, having the negative incentive in terms of car ownership, in terms of taxation. So the blended response to try to solve problems around decarbonizing the transit footprint of individuals, I think we're seeing a lot of interesting work in that space. In also very interesting places, you go to Kigali. By the way, if anybody's been to Rwanda, it's not a flat country. It's a very hilly country. Not exactly what one would think in terms of autonomous mobility. Who wants to ride a bike uphill in that heat? Not very many. However, start to look at e-assisted bicycles. How do you drop the price point of that so that people can actually start to use that around the city and you don't have to worry about showing up to work drenched in sweat? You actually have an affordable means. So rather than trying to, again, subsidize a form of transport that's not effective, you actually put the subsidy into one that can work. So I think in that, the integrated solutions and innovations work to some of these problems in different cities.
Thank you. And Perrin, your thoughts on that?
Perhaps I'll use a different example, going back to nature in cities, because again, I think the reason why many of you have heard of nature-based solutions is that this is a big thing that cities are looking at all around the world. And what I like about these kind of citizen-led initiatives when it comes to greening the cities is that I see them as conversation enabler or conversation starters. I think in Singapore there was a study showing that we spend 96% of our time indoors, which is crazy when you think about it. And so reconnecting people, which NParks is doing, I think, very well and really moving the programs in that direction, reconnecting people with like the nature outside us, that it's not only wild and hot, but it has benefits for us, is a good way to start these conversations about these benefits, but also climate, also social aspects, etc. So I think that's not only studying all the technical and engineering benefits of this nature, but really allowing people to understand and educate themselves really is a way also of addressing this.
Yeah, thank you, Perrin. Education, awareness are important. Prof. Lee, for you to comment on that last question as well.
I think probably one way is actually to use a more holistic approach, like going to the example of supermarket charging, like, is it 5 cents or 10 cents for plastic bag? Sometimes it's actually not that the citizens are not conscious. For example, if you happen to be going to a supermarket directly from office to get something, right? You won't actually have a grocery shopping bag with you, right? But if let's suppose, for example, can we sort of have the some sort of like a grocery bag sharing service, right? Whereby you can pick one up just right outside the supermarket. Then after use, you just return it to a location, central location, or any supermarket, right? So that it makes it convenient for the citizen, right? To be more sustainable. Then the other example that I like to go back to is actually the demand response, right? Again, using the domain which is more cooling, right? So instead of expecting citizens to all be very conscious, right? Whenever you receive a SMS or message from SV, then you go and turn off or turn off your aircon. Probably you can actually make use of a solution like it can do automatic switching based on a tariff, right? For example, when the tariff is high, you just turn on your fan. When the tariff is low, then you can actually turn on the aircon automatically, the auto switching. So I think some of these solutions, I think it has to be done in a more holistic fashion rather than just expect a single measure and expect the uptake to be on the high side. But if you make it easier for the citizen to sort of be more sustainable, I think that can be very, very helpful.
Thank you. For the entrepreneurs out there, solutions for you to work on. With that, I think we've come almost to the end and towards lunch already. I'm going to go on to my final question for the panelists. I know Vinara Marahi had said that it's no silver bullet to achieving our goals for net zero cities. So I'll give you 3 magic bullets today, but you have to finish speaking about it in 1 minute each. So what are your 3 magic bullets that can be shot through urban Asia that will help to reach our 1.5 degrees Celsius goal? 1 minute starts now, Joe.
Let's see. 3 magic bullets. 1, embrace complexity thinking. Do that radical collaboration across sectors, across groups, because that's where innovation thrives. That's bullet number 1. Second one, collective action beyond national borders, sharing of innovations, experiences, having common goals to achieve. Climate change is not a nationally defined issue. It's a global issue. It affects us all. It takes greater collaboration. Bullet number 3, look for what works. Solutions are there if you look for them. Look at what's coming out of the Earthshot Prize. Look what's coming out of the Liveability Challenge. Look at those solutions. Look for what works rather than reinventing the wheel. I do think solutions are there. We just need to know where to find them and how to work together to scale them. Over.
Very nice. 15 seconds to spare as well. Corinne, to you, 3 magic bullets.
All right, I was trying to think. I got 1 minute of reflection, so I'm not going to talk about nature because I think I made that point earlier. Education, and when I say education, it's obviously for all of us, but also supporting like the work that universities are doing. This is changing the way professionals think. So complex thinking is important, and if we want our new generation of engineers and environmental scientists and social scientists, politicians to think differently, I think this is a very important area of society to support. The second one, I guess I have to talk about nature. The idea here is really to think beyond the greenwashing of nature-based solutions, but really see in each of your sector where are the nature-based solutions that make sense and that will help you move the needle. We were talking a lot about moving the needles. It's not the same answer depending on the industry, and there are lots of experts who can help you disentangle this very complex issue. Third one, I think we talked about courage this morning, and I think this is essentially what we all need to think about individually, having the courage to push against the system if the system has wrong incentives, and also push ourselves. I think many of us here are more in the privileged side of the spectrum. If we think about our lifestyle and comfort, it's very easy to forget the urgency, and so having the courage also to work hard on these solutions is, I think, very important to be reminded of.
Thank you, Perrin. Last but not least, 1 minute to Prof. Lee.
Okay. I'll start with a collaborative approach. I think it has been much discussed during the panel, this discussion. So I think collaboration comes in the different forms, right? So it can be collaboration between policymakers, industry, with academia, with the citizens. That's one. The collaboration can also happen between the countries, right? For example, we talk about the regional power grid, right? So definitely need to get the neighbors to agree on how to push through this, right? For example, doing the upgrade or the expansion of the electrical grid. Second, I think is actually the local context. We need to be mindful that not every country is created equal, right? So the unique constraints and resources for each country have to be taken into consideration and to figure out what would be the tailored solution that would best enable the country to reach its net zero commitment. And I think the third is really a holistic approach. We can talk about individually the various policy, various technology, but I think you really need to approach it from a holistic perspective, right? We spoke about behavior aspects, right? If the behavior doesn't follow, even if you have the best policy, it will not be effective. So that's why I feel the combination of these three will be necessary to enable Asia and specifically Southeast Asia the best hope to reach its net zero commitment.
Thank you so much for that, Prof. Lee. And I think our three of you are the only Joe kept to his time. But with that, 12 p.m., it's lunchtime. So I shall wrap up today's discussion with, I think we have a, oh, it's not lunchtime. Oh, sorry. We're going to keep you here a little bit longer. But there's coffee out there. Go take it. But with that, thank you so much, Joe, Perinan, and Prof. Lee, for sharing your insights there. I think we have a picture to take before we go. Shall we stand up? Sorry. False hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe, Professor Lee, and Professor Perrine, and of course, Megan for moderating this session. Let's give them another round of applause. So before we go to lunch, yes, we do have one more session before you run off to the buffet. I'm sure everyone here has lots of thoughts and reflections from the morning session so far. So now you'll have the chance to share your insights and bounce off ideas off each other in our next segment, the roundtable discussion. So I'd like to invite to the stage and pass the time to my colleague Lang Lei, who's correspondent at EcoBusiness, to guide us through 45 minutes of facilitated discussions at our table. After lunch, we'll reconvene to share with the wider group discussions that we had from our individual tables. For our online participants, the virtual stream will take a pause here. So please rejoin us at 3:15 p.m. for the Liveability Challenge 2024 launch. If you're joining us on YouTube, the link will remain the same. And for those of you joining us through LinkedIn, the link should have been sent to you already. Over to you, Lang Lei. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everyone had a nice coffee break and you're feeling refreshed for the next segment of our summit. Can we slowly please make our way back to our seats? For the next segment, we are really thrilled to be launching the 7th edition of the Liveability Challenge. The Liveability Challenge is a global platform presented by Temasek Foundation that hunts for and accelerates innovative solutions to the most pressing urban challenges of the day. With the first edition being launched back in 2018, it has since grown to become Asia's largest sustainability solutions platform with a global reach. Please enjoy this video that celebrates the start of a new iteration of the Liveability Challenge.
TLC is ground zero for how decisions are made where capital goes. And in this ecosystem that we built, we are identifying, incubating, and supporting promising startups with breakthrough innovations, both from the lab into commercial markets.
For the winners of the Liveability Challenge, the Temasek Foundation will work with them to help them scale their prototype and their innovation and bring them to market so that they can have a greater impact for the climate and produce a green planet and a better environment and a more livable city for all of us.
The finalists this year are of very, very high quality. A lot of very novel technology, of which as judges we are very, very impressed with.
The Liveability Challenge 2023 grand winner for food and nutrition goes to Tiara.
This is a great recognition of all the hard work that's gone up until now, and this is a platform for us to further the development of our solutions where we can have Singapore lead the way for disease management in aquaculture through technology.
The Liveability Challenge 2023 grand winner for climate change goes to Flasion.
What we hope to do with this $1 million is develop a first-of-a-kind pilot in Singapore, where we can then use that pilot to show proof of concept and work with local industry partners to really then commercialize and take it to the next level. TLC!
What an inspiring montage showcasing the impact that this initiative has had. Now it gives me great pleasure to welcome to the stage Mr. Lim Hock Chuan, Head of Programs at Temasek Foundation, to officially launch the Liveability Challenge 2024.
Distinguished guests, friends, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you. This afternoon, I'm very happy to be here to launch the Liveability Challenge 2024. I'm Lim Hock Chuan, Head of Programs, Temasek Foundation. As you may know, as many of you may know, Temasek Foundation is the philanthropic arm of Temasek International, a global investment company based in Singapore. Temasek Foundation funds translational research. We help innovators and startups bring their innovation from the lab into the commercial space to produce climate solutions that will benefit the community and the planet for many generations to come. What climate change issues are we facing today? Climate change has brought about many problems. Finding solutions to the problems caused by climate change has become top priority for many countries around the world today. The challenges created by climate change is getting more critical with each passing year. Decarbonization continues to be a pressing issue, with energy use accounting for 3/4 of global emission. As a result of these changes, we are experiencing more extreme weather events with increasing frequency and severity. Coupled with an increasing growth in global population, all these are putting a strain on our food production system. There is a need for both mitigative as well as adaptive solutions to strengthen and increase the resilience of our ecosystem so that we are better able to deal with the impact of climate change. And this is why we have the Liveability Challenge. To address these global issues, the themes for next Liveability Challenge, the Liveability Challenge 2024, will be focused on finding disruptive breakthrough innovation in two areas, climate change and food nutrition. So allow me to briefly elaborate on these two themes and what we are looking for. Under the climate change track, we are looking for innovations that significantly reduce carbon emission produced by energy, urban infrastructure, and transport and logistics systems. This will include alternative energy solutions such as hydrogen. We are also looking for other carbon avoidance and carbon removal solutions that can be scaled. Thirdly, we are seeking climate adaptive innovation, which include nature-based solutions that address climate consequences like extreme weather events and rising sea level. Under the food and nutrition track, we are looking for solutions that enhance food resiliency and safety in three critical areas: agriculture, aquaculture, and alternative nutrition sources. Here I mean your insects and your worms. This food should be affordable, nutrient-dense, and safe to eat. The solution for both the climate track and the food track should be at technology readiness level 6. And more details on the specific challenge statements can be found on the Liveability Challenge website. Temasek Foundation will once again be awarding $1 million prize to the winner of each of the two tracks, making it a total of $2 million. This year, we are also heartened to have key partners who are joining us on this meaningful journey. I'm happy to share that Nurasa, together with Singapore Food Agency, will be joining us to co-present the food and nutrition track. Enterprise Singapore and TRIRAC and other strategic partners will also be joining us, and each of them will offer a $100,000 prize each to a finalist of their choice. This is in addition to the $1 million prize that we are giving to the winners. We hope that this will inspire more innovators to come forward. And on this note, I'm happy to announce that the Liveability Challenge is now open to receive applications. If you have good innovation to address climate change for food and nutrition challenges, we look forward to receiving your application by the 9th of February 2024. And like I always say, may the best innovation win. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lim, for launching the Liveability Challenge 2024 and for issuing the call for all innovators out there to turn their attention to two pressing issues in the region: climate change and food and nutrition. To take a further deep dive into what it will take to address these two challenges, we now have a panel discussion titled Scaling Finance for Climate Innovation in Urban Ecosystems. I'll pass the time again to Jessica to moderate the second and final plenary session of the day. A quick reminder again for the audience is that we will have a Q&A at the end of this. The Slido QR code will appear on the screen shortly, so do drop in your questions for our panelists. Joining her on stage, we will have Xiuling Guo, Chief Executive Officer of Nurasa, Alina Truhina, Chief Executive Officer, Managing Partner of Radical Fund, and Devin Chan, Deputy Executive Director of Infrastructure Asia. Over to you, Jess.
Follow the Devin, you can come here. Okay, come. Can you pass the microphone? Thank you. And this one's for you. Okay.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the TLC plenary discussion. I'm very delighted to be here, and also thank you to everyone who had been with us since the morning, and we're transitioning into the exciting part of the afternoon where we're launching the Liveability Challenge. And thank you again, Mr. Lim, for providing that overview and the context for the Liveability Challenge in its 2024 edition. TLC, as it is, well loved and known, has been Asia's largest sustainability solutions platform since 2018. Every year we go from strength to strength and we continue to attract more solutions. And as we've heard from Hannah Jones, the CEO of Earthshot Prize this morning, they are also on a mission to find the world's solutions. And I think all of us are all kicking in the same direction. We're all making complementary efforts. But I just want to take some time to explain how TLC is a little bit different. So TLC really looks at game-changing solutions that are focused on deep tech in sustainability, where there is that potential to make radical change. And I think it's super important that we have this conversation here today, which is about the role of finance to help scale these solutions. And to start us off, I would like all of you to grab your phones out, not to call your friends, but to take this QR Slido poll, which is going to ask you this question. Which areas present the biggest sustainability innovation opportunities in urban Asia? Okay, so as people take the poll, we should start seeing some of the sentiments that would emerge. And I'm very excited to see that. And as people answer that question, I also wanted to make mention that EcoBusiness had just a month or so ago hosted Unlocking Capital for Sustainability, which is our flagship event on sustainable finance that we host in partnership with United Nations Environment Programme every year. And this year we actually held this event in 4 countries, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, culminating in a 2-day summit in Singapore, which was highly successful, where we really spotlighted the role of finance to really mobilize climate action and also to address the equitable transition and the issues of inequality. And I think, some of the sentiments here that started to emerge, what are the areas that present the biggest sustainability innovations? Decarbonization, food, urban farming, infrastructure, energy, agri-tech, distributed energy resources, marine and coastal protection, cooling. That's a very interesting one for sure. Yeah, that's really wonderful. And as these thoughts, come in, I would like to, sort of just pick up on what Vinamra said this morning as well. And, he made this observation that actually Southeast Asia has been experiencing a boom in climate tech investments. I think when we started TLC back in 2018, it was actually very underfunded. And I think in comparison to the rest of the world, Southeast Asia still is quite underfunded in relativity, but it is for sure growing, and we've seen this really strong ecosystem and entrepreneurship really come into the fold. And I think I want to use that opportunity to kind of ask the opening questions of my 3 distinguished panelists who come from, very diverse sectors, but also all tasked with the mission of mobilizing finance for scaling climate innovation. And that is, in your view, where are some of the biggest opportunities? Just taking what we've asked the audience and, what you've experienced in your organizations, and what do you see today in this landscape that you feel are some of the biggest areas? And Alina, I will start with you.
First of all, thank you for having me, and congratulations on launching the challenge officially. I would say, and I like how you started with opportunities, because I think a lot of the time we need to talk about gaps and challenges and risks. But a lot of these challenges are actually opportunities for growth and innovation. So I think in referencing, Jessica, what you were just saying in terms of the lack of financing, and this is what we're talking about today, there is a statistics out there, many of you have seen it, that there's a 10x growth in specifically VC funding, venture capital funding, which is incredibly positive, and that's just in the last 5 years. In percentage terms, that's something like 669% or something. And for the first time, we've surpassed the $1.1 billion mark. So that's a huge, obviously, positive trend in that there's more VC funding going to climate solutions in Southeast Asia. So I think that's one of them.
I think the second opportunity, and just to reference maybe some of the polls that we saw just earlier, decarbonization came up as one big word bubble. I think that's what you call it. But the opportunity of investing in adaptation, right? And again, this is where I really applaud the Liveability Challenge for actually calling for solutions that are not just in the mitigation space, the decarbonization space, but also the adaptation space. And I think Mr. Lim has referenced that very well in terms of the reasons why we need to also invest in that space. And again, since we're talking about financing, one sort of useful statistic is every dollar that's invested in adaptation solutions can actually deliver a net benefit of $4 back. So there is a commercial or business case for investing in adaptation. So those are the two sort of opportunity areas I would describe.
Thank you so much, Alina. And I think, I want to deep dive into some of the initial investments that Radical Fund has made as well in the second round of questions. But I want to come to Xu Ling. Xu Ling, I actually go way back with Xu Ling. We were INSEAD classmates just very recently, and I was so pleasantly surprised to see her pop up as the newly minted CEO of Nurasa, who we also, of course, know with Jolene speaking on our panels before and being a new partner for TLC. And Nurasa is really kind of leading the way with a lot of the food innovation and R&D work. I was moderating the opening plenary at the Asia Food Agri Week this week as well. And there was just so much conversation as well as actual R&D money going into food innovation that you didn't see just 5 years ago. And that's, I think, the result of the acknowledgement over COVID period too, that food security is such a massive issue. Singapore, as we all know, has a 30 by 30 vision, and we import at the moment 90% of our food. And we've seen how when global supply chains are disrupted, how nationalistic countries can get. We've seen India ban the export of rice, which is going to be hugely disruptive. And it really kind of underlines how urgent we need to be looking at food and nutrition issues. So I'd love to hear from you. How are you, looking in your new role at Nurasa at the opportunities in this landscape?
Thank you, Jessica, and, for having me here. And also, it's great pleasure for me, being only on the job for 2 months, and the opportunity to participate as a partner to lead the Temasek Liveability Foundation Challenges here in Singapore. Although only 2 months in my job, but my career has worked from a fork to farms, always in the food industry, cross from retail to food services and to the largest food agriculture company around the world. And my practice always focused on in the Asia area and also Southeast Asia. Growth absolutely present a significant opportunity, as Alina has mentioned. Many investment looking at to capture this kind of growth opportunity. Very obvious reason. A lack of innovations to address the rising demand. And the rising demand in this part of the world are not just typically you will look in terms of lots of reports at a rising middle class. Yes, there are rising middle class. However, this part of the world also represents another two trends, is because the whole world looking at the climate impact is driven by the food consumption due to fast-growing populations. And globally, I would say, based on the report, Temasek has developed with PwC and Rabobank, is every year we create a new Indonesia in the world. So give you an idea about how much food will be required for the young population, the rising population from both Southeast Asia and South Asia and Africa, and also the aging population in this part of the world. So the Asia challenge in terms of food and nutrition crosses 3 buckets at the same time. Is rising middle class, rising aging population, and rising young population. So how we are going to take care of that? Of course, innovation. It will be a very, very important element of it. And also, thanks to all the investors, we start to see a lot of good startups and technology development. And Singapore is absolutely in the heart of it, be championing and leading global efforts. And that will also bring another opportunity, which I would emphasize from my observation, is a talent. In Singapore, actually due to this drive of the focus in terms of food, technologies and agriculture technologies, the research institutions, the universities start to also invest into their developed talent. And this morning, Julian and I, and my colleagues sitting there, we just came here from a future food workshop with SFA and the EDB. Like, for example, the Food Science Technology Department in the US was just established in 2020. So that means there are huge opportunity in terms of ecosystems. We must be bear in mind, people are very important. In the history of talent, in terms of food processing, food technologies, many of them come from Europe, or US or North America. Asia Pacific, relatively lacking. And now, I think this is a huge opportunity for us to make sure we develop our future workforce together with the capital investment to capture this moment and look after our own region's growth demand from 3 angles I mentioned: rising aging population, rising middle class, and rising young populations, and take care of all their health and wellness needs.
Thank you so much, Xu Ling. I think those are really salient points. And also that focus on talent, because when we talk about mobilizing capital and investing into startups that are promising, we often don't think about actually taking one step back and thinking, how do we actually develop the skills that will enable such entrepreneurs to be born in the first place, and then to have the skills that enable them to scale the solutions, because that journey is actually quite a difficult one. And over the last 6 years, we've had that frontline seat to all these entrepreneurs, really kind of really hard work, constantly at it, and the fundraising environment is also quite tough right now. So thank you for raising those points. Devin, I want to come to you. At Infrastructure Asia, of course, you do very much large-scale project facilitation, and there are a lot of projects now, I suppose, in Asia where this is really the time that we need to scale up these solutions. And yet, every time we have a conversation around finance, it's always the same reasons that get touted out, right? High risk, bankability, and sovereign risk, and all the sort of challenges that hinder commercial banks or funders to go into projects. How are you seeing the landscape today?
Thanks for that, Jessica. The landscape currently right now, as you said, there are some challenges. We are in a market where we're in a region that we have a lot of emerging markets. So the risk profiling is slightly different. I mean, if you're investing into Singapore, there's a lot less risk. Whereas versus investing into countries like, for example, in Vietnam, for example, or even in Indonesia for that purpose. So if I look at the projects, some of the investments that we look at in the region, it's about the surety of cash flows, in the sense that can you make sure that the revenue streams are secured over a long-term period. I mean, at the end of the day, infrastructure assets tend to take a long time, over a whole concession period, sometimes 20 years, sometimes 30, sometimes even longer than that. So there must be also clear policies for the sector in order to push it forward to the next stage. One of the reasons why, as you mentioned, that climate tech now has taken more of a front center stage, and there's more investments going into that. It's also because that there's a big push in be it COP26, 27, or in terms of pushing the whole climate initiative globally, right? I mean, Singapore in our region alone, 8 of 10 countries already have committed themselves to a net zero sort of situation and targets. Can we achieve that? Maybe. With the right financing, possibly. But then there's also the challenge of that when you look at the early retirement of coal plants, for example, it's not just existing coal plants that you have to look at, but you have to look at the feedstock that's coming in. You have a coal mining industry that is supporting the coal power plants. So as you remove the coal plants, you are also removing another sector to a certain extent. So we have to look into some parts of that as well as when we're looking into financing. So as much as the financing goes into the projects itself, but also into helping the other sectors sort of transition at the same time.
Yeah, no, you raise a very interesting issue, and we talked about this earlier today about Indonesia releasing its JETP blueprint, and of course they've conveniently left out industrial coal, and I think there's a very interesting discussion to be had in this transition. And if you speak to anyone in the region, they will all have their own views as to how fast, how slow, whether transition finance should be something that we support. And MAS has actually come out to take the lead and say, no, we need transition finance, but there are factions of the community that don't believe, or rather that it feels that if you keep saying that you're helping people transition, but it doesn't have a consequence,
then that's not actually going to help anything because people will just use that as an excuse for business as usual. What do you feel about these conversations happening right now?
It's a very controversial topic, but I'll try my best to answer it. But from my personal view is that when you are looking at a project, any project for that matter, there's always revenues and costs. And if you're doing an early retirement of an asset, then you really need to look at whether or not concessional financing is sufficient. Because if you're talking about a project that's operational life for 20 years, you're going to retire it now saying with blended financing, with concessional financing, thereby reducing the loan interest rates and so forth. And then you can talk about, all right, 20 years, now we retire earlier by 5. But then at the same time, that handles the refinancing piece. Okay, that's one aspect. The other aspect, then you have to take note that as an equity project owner, I have lesser years to recoup. I have 5 years less. Does that mean that I'm out of pocket? So who is going to be out of pocket on that front? I think that part of it, we're still, at least from my perspective, we're still moving in that direction. So the other way to looking at it is that perhaps maybe the carbon markets can come in. You early retire, I give you a bit of benefit there. Alternative, there could be more impact investment funds that could take on a lower cost of capital, in that sense, to invest in some of these equity take up some of the equity from the project sponsors on that basis. So that could be an alternative. We are still going down the path, so let's be a little bit patient to see what exactly can be done. I mean, I know that the multilateral banks are taking a very strong initiative in parts of Indonesia, for example, and they're working on some of these projects currently. So we are also eagerly waiting to see how that turns out, and so that whether or not we can replicate that into our works when we go into the markets to identify such projects that could be early retired and so forth.
Thank you. That was a good stab at a very complex question. I was actually at a closed-door dinner last night, and one of the 3 banks, I will not say whom, was talking about how they would only go into projects, renewable energy projects, if there were off-takers, and if somebody else offered to take like a lower cut of the return, because they can't do that. And they pointed to impact funds as the ones that can come in and actually kind of take a haircut on the return so as to facilitate large-scale projects. Alina, I come to you because you run an impact fund, and you've in the last year launched in Southeast Asia. What are some of the challenges that you foresee in this market?
So it's interesting you said you run an impact fund.
Going from our impact fund conversation.
And we had a similar conversation today because when I get this sort of a similar question around, you're an impact fund, I say, well, what does impact fund mean to you, right? What does impact investing mean to you? Because by definition, impact investing is not necessarily concessionary, but you can actually invest with having a greater good, a social sort of or environmental mandate as well. But I think a lot of people also think of impact investing as impact only or impact first, i.e. non-commercial, i.e. concessionary. We're certainly not concessionary. So as a venture capital fund, we're definitely commercially first with impact embedded, which I think is very important. But I say that because there are definitely other similar stakeholders that are true, impact only concessionary financing stakeholders, and sort of development finance institutions are just an immediate example of that. Talked about IFC, the World Bank, ADB, etc. There's governments, there's a lot of funding that's actually taking the first loss or a guarantee. There's a lot of innovative financing around bonds and impact-based, results-based financing, right? So anyway, we can talk all day long about that. But in terms of the challenges, I mean, it's a little bit along this line of thinking, which is how do we actually de-risk some of the technologies that are coming out? How do we invest in more innovative technologies, but whilst also ensuring that we can support them and have the right talent, the right type of capital stack, if you like, the right dynamic capital along each stage of the entrepreneur's journey. So I think it's quite strategic that you've assembled, I think, 3 different sort of types of capital over here, and in reality we need sort of more blended finance. You spoke a lot about today. Challenges in terms of, again, more financing, sure. I would say there is a lot of funding available. Actually, I would go as far as to say there's probably not sort of a lack of funding, certainly not when I go to Indonesia or Singapore, some of these markets. But it's the type of funding, the type of financing for each stage of either projects or entrepreneur's journey to get to, again, mass adoption, scale, et cetera, et cetera. So.
Well, I have you here. What I'm really curious is that, do you see an issue with deal flow in the region, or is it more an issue of, getting the ideas to be a little bit more mature so that the market can take it up? What are you seeing here?
So the blanket answer is no, we're not seeing an issue with pipeline. Okay. Now, the caveat to that is we invest across, as I mentioned, both sort of the mitigation as well as adaptation. So for us, it's very much looking at a cross-section of sub-sectors, if you like, that contain a climate focus. So food, agriculture, waste management, circular economy, energy, EVs, et cetera, and waste management. So there are a rising plethora of entrepreneurs in Southeast Asia that are tackling solutions. So that is definitely not the challenge. The challenge is, yes, absolutely, it is thinking about, based on the market that the entrepreneur is trying to solve, or rather grow the innovation, right, and getting to what we call as product to market fit, i.e. a point in time where you're actually getting a significant amount of customers paying for your product, and you're seeing kind of that plateau and get to a commercial scale, so you can then continue to growth, right? So somebody's willing to buy your product or your service. Up until then, there's a lot of obviously validation and sort of testing. Singapore is a small market, for example, so how do you enable some of the really disruptive technologies that we see coming out of Singapore, especially in the food and ag space, biotech space as well, and how do we enable them to go through all the relevant regulatory and certification? You were talking about SFA, have entrepreneurs saying, I need to go through certification, and SFA told me it could be anywhere between 12 to 36 months. Right? And an entrepreneur's journey, that's a lot of time and that's a lot of uncertainty. And how do you finance those 12 to 36 months? Well, you go to probably some form of, hopefully, R&D or grant funding. So thinking through, again, before you even think about scaling technology, how do you actually get it to a point where you've proven, you've tested, and then how do you actually think about the regional expansion and scalability of that before you can even get to, again, mass penetration or mass adoption of that technology.
Thank you so much, Lena. I think the regulatory piece is very important. And actually on that note, food, for example, is a heavily regulated industry. And Siu-Ling, perhaps we can, we've gone through the opportunities, but in challenges in food, what are you seeing as some of the biggest obstacles here?
Really nicely to some of the questions Lena has mentioned earlier, right? So the food, as a consumer, all of us here are consumer for food. Right? You will not eat something you don't trust. No matter how environmental friendly, you will not eat food you don't trust. That's very important starting point. However, climate impact, food and the agricultural supply chain does contribute quite significant in terms of the change, and also a big impact by the climate change in terms of quality and the yield, and also in terms of growth regions and the risk and the food security. So it's kind of work both ways. Climate and the food security, and also food safety to the consumer's heart. That connection is the biggest barrier, actually. It's not the money, as you said. I think Singapore is one of the best funded in terms of the sustainable food. Even then, globally, they are facing a strong headwind because Singapore is a very friendly environment. Even though SFA SFA stands for Singapore Food Agency, still have some area of need to evaluate the safety from a consumer point of view, because they represent the consumer's concern of how safe the food is. But still, Singapore is the best place in terms of novel food innovation around the world, in terms of each different part of government agency work together to think how proactively support innovation. The challenge come from, earlier when I mentioned about talent, there is a real impact of talent's maturity, and also understand when you start innovation, I think Mr. Lin earlier mentioned, right, don't be the chief scientist only, right? You need to think about if the problem was to solve started from consumer, make sure your innovation need to loop back to your original intent of this innovation. And somewhat we start to very much focus on the technology solutions, and then kind of not able to address is the cost, the affordability, and also which channel that we need to introduce to in terms of accessibility, and also address the fundamental needs of the consumer. And this part, I would say, is quite a big hurdle. And be honest with you, I would say in terms of technologies and also collaborations across different segments, not just the food, is across from technology, energy, and also to the food and agriculture, and then the finance sector. That will be a critical. And then Narasa is 100% invested by Temasek with the intention, after many years of invested in the startup and innovation, they see a clear need in the food and agriculture space. They need a capable accelerator who are able to invest certain capex in front. Because manage a capex, like at the pilot plant scale and the demo plant scale versus you work in a lab, are two very different skill sets and different type of talent requirement and capital deployment. And the highest risk and lowest return from an investment point of view at this stage. So Temasek took the risk, say, we invest here for the startups and also for the financial investor. So we took that risk, and they hired people like myself who has worked in this industry to make sure those assets actually work, because the equipment doesn't add any value. You need to have talent and the equipment add together. And my team and also our collaboration with the A-Star CFB institution to work together, de-risk the startups' understanding in terms of complexity of commercialization, de-risk the investor in terms of how you accelerate from idea to a product concept to an actual prototype that you can test with consumer quickly in Singapore. And then the next step we see, okay, then next step we look at outside of Singapore, which country or which type of channel that we really can accelerate the mass penetration. So that's what Narasa is for, to really break down the barriers and also be the accelerator as connecting all the dots in the system. We just start. I'm not saying we're going to do that perfect yet, but that's exactly to answer your question. To how to address the barrier of innovation acceleration.
Yeah, no, thank you. Super crystal clear on the strategy, and really, really appreciate taking us through that. Do you have any success stories yet? I know Narasa is quite young, but what do you think is going to be your next unicorn? If we have to invest in a company, I'm trying to get some investment tips here.
Well, I will use one of the example probably for the Nourish. Julian, do you think that would be a good example, Nourish? Okay, all right. We have, Narasa have successfully invested in the precision fermentation. The pilot plant to get the joint lab with CFB here in the Biopolis, our innovation center. And also we have invested a demo plant scale, which is 10,000 liter. This probably number doesn't mean anything to you, but I will tell you this is a meaningful commercial size. And the logo site, which is on the green MRT line, by half an hour you'll be able to connect these two dots in Singapore. And this is the only one exist in this part of the world. And by the way, spent quite a lot of money, and also, but through a partnership with Narasa and the ADM, a global leading fermentation technology, and also the agriculture food company ADM here in Singapore. So we have partnership with CFB, and then we also have partnership with ADM. So it's kind of, we are the one connect the three dots together, have this facility, state-of-art facility here. This is the Singapore International Agri-Food Week. And then we have international visitors, startups around the world come to visit us. And then they really impressed by this investment of infrastructure. Now, how to lead to Nourish? Nourish is an Australian startup. And then they are producing a unique functional ingredient to enable the sustainable food or in alternative protein products to meet the consumer needs. And then they found Singapore here will be ideal place for them to accelerate to the product. They can do consumer testing and also can work with SFA for the regulatory approval. And Australia also have a CRSO, which they have a collaboration partnership with SIFB, A-STAR. This is also two innovation agencies, one in Singapore, one in Australia. They already have a collaborative work agreement. And they are also follow through Nourish because that's also come from their innovation system. So I hope this is, and when I have breakfast on Wednesday morning with the Australian delegations, our common goal is we're going to have a first Nourish empowered sausage by the Australian standard. This is their sustainable protein sausage, and I'm looking for a Singapore type of a meat dish. Hopefully by 1 year from now, we're able to do some food tasting with all of you here.
Very nice. Thank you very much, and I shall watch out for the IPO in a few years. Devin, I'd like to come to you because we've talked about all the challenges here, right? VC stage, growth stage, and incubation. How does Infrastructure Asia look at these projects, and what role do you play? Demystify it for us.
Okay. So, I mean, it's quite interesting about two colleagues here are talking about front-ending VC capitalists and then, incubating technologies and innovative solutions. So I guess where we come in is largely on the basis of trying to internationalize some of these solutions, bringing them out to the region, having them proven the technologies a little bit in Singapore, test bed here, and then roll them out into the region. So I guess case in point is that we are quite used to the fact that, the waste to energy plants or waste to resource that we see now is all the massive $50 million, $100 million asset that's been rolled out. Now, having said that, we actually have come across technologies that are more modular in style. So they're like your 20, 40-foot containers, and they can be deployed in your car parks or in your real estate next to the bin, for example, the collection point. So we've done that we're doing that now in the Philippines. We are rolling out with our solution provider from Singapore, who has started this containerized, in a way, waste to resource plant or facility in the wet markets in Singapore. So that's been test bedded. It's going on right now, and we are looking to bring that into the Philippines, whereby it's a big real estate developer has a property, and he has a host of shopping centers that they own, and they have themselves an initiative to decarbonize. They want to do the decarbonization initiative on their own. So by adopting the facility, they can actually handle all the waste that comes for the good food that's been produced, and then basically convert that into your agriculture fertilizers, or even to oil that you can use, or LPG, for example. Second is that we are using another test bed is that in another country like Cambodia, we have communicated with a cement plant operator. They wish to try to decarbonize some of their operations, what it means is that they are quite heavily reliant on coal in their processes. So now we are talking to ministry in Cambodia to try to understand how we can gain access to the existing landfill and using RD processes to take waste from there as feedstock into a plant, and then converting that into RDF, which is refuse-derived fuel, in lieu of using coal as a substituting coal in that sense. So these are some of the initiatives that we will try to bring to commercialize that in a way for the internationalization of Singapore technologies and so forth. So I guess that's our little way of helping out on that front.
Super fascinating. Thank you. The waste theme keeps popping up. Earlier we had Hannah talk about waste, and actually we're going to be launching a sneak preview of our waste documentary, and that's an area that really needs a lot of funding. But have you seen an acceleration of these projects? Because we talk a lot about it, and how finance needs to go into these projects, how we need to lower the risk. Are we seeing the acceleration of the adoption of funding going into these projects in this region?
Yes, we have, in a sense. Firstly, projects always need to have the surety of the feedstock. So access to the landfill is quite critical, in this case for the waste treatment facility. The quality of the waste, so as to speak, as some of us will not believe, but fresh waste versus legacy waste, that's waste that's been sitting in the landfill for a very long time, does have a different quality in that sense, so that can degrade over time and cause more problems. So in terms of funds that we speak to, there is a push to actually try to be more involved in some of these areas, because when you reduce the landfills, the waste in the landfills, you're actually taking away a lot of carbon dioxide emission, CO2 sort of production as well, and also the risk of fires that happen at that space. So there's a social element as well on that basis. So yes, we do see quite a few funds actually looking at that, but of course not every fund does that. Yeah.
See, thank you very much. And I'm going to come to the audience with some questions from you soon. But the other question I had here really is about the current geopolitical situation as well as the macroeconomic headwinds we're seeing. And I think if you look at the data, it's actually really, really tough to actually find financing for entrepreneurs to fundraise. Hannah had talked about it, and that's why philanthropic capital is so catalytic here. Alina, I'm just wondering, I mean, I know Radical Fund had closed, its fund, and congrats. But in this climate where it's super hard at the moment and everyone is kind of like making smaller investments or not investing at all, how are VCs thinking about it, and what kind of advice would you give to startups?
So I would say, yes, the environment is definitely much more challenging. However, I think that if you compare it to, let's say, if you are comparing it to the last several years, I would argue that was an especially abnormal environment. And so please don't compare it to the last few years. And actually, the VC winter that we're experiencing now, in a way, equalizes and allows the startups to go back to the fundamentals of building a business, as opposed to driving sort of the hype of increasing valuations and focusing on raising ridiculous rounds that actually don't lead or don't set up the entrepreneur for future longer term success, right? Because it affects your future rounds. So yes, recognize that it's harder, especially again for earlier stage, and this is where we focus on as the fund. So from pre-seed up to Series A, it might be slightly different in this data as to what's happening right now in Series A, B stages. But philanthropic capital, yes, I would actually go back to Zilling's point, which is, especially if it's a disruptive, new IP-driven, product-driven innovation or technology. I always encourage entrepreneurs to sort of look at places and stakeholders like Nirasa, because that's where you do not want to be diluting as an entrepreneur and giving away half your company. I say half, not half the company. Never going to give up half your company, please. Any part of your company, if you're at that stage of developing a pilot, so it is always valuable to have some R&D funding and grant funding and philanthropic and impact funding. Having said that, VCs are absolutely investing. So again, there might be a slowdown, but the businesses that show traction, right, and show growth and show resilience, but show that they're building the business in the right way, they can show the fundamentals. VCs are investing, and it's certainly the case globally. It's certainly the case here in Southeast Asia. So, going back to the fundamentals, and then continue to build the relationship with the funds that you that are appropriate for you would be my advice. And again, don't go to investors that are either inappropriately too mature. Again, some companies that are pilot stage come to a private equity investor, or outside their sector expertise. I mean, there's many differences. So look for investors that are actually akin and aligned to your investment thesis as an entrepreneur.
Thank you, Alina. Some really, really good points there. And I can't help but, kind of
think about the headlines that have been all, through the press today, and that is actually the FTX founder now being, convicted of fraud, and obviously, crypto had a lot of hype. And the point I'm trying to make here is that in the investment world, sometimes the hype gets ahead of itself, and you can easily identify wrong opportunities or put capital in the wrong places. Are we seeing, sort of like a hype in sustainability? How do investors guard against, such risks when you think about it? Because if you think about a lot of the investments out there, carbon capture and storage, hydrogen, a lot of that is still very much far in the future. I saw a headline recently from Follow the Money, which is a very investigative European publication, and it basically said that the hydrogen industry is a myth, and there's a hydrogen lobby that's going behind and saying that this is commercially viable when actually it's not. But then you get the pushback and it's saying, no, actually this is really realistic, it's very practical, you should be putting money in it. How do you guys as investors sift through all these investment opportunities to identify what is really genuine and what's hype? I'm sorry, but I know it's a tough question.
Maybe 2 points,
Yeah.
if I can start. I don't think climate is a sector, first of all. And to reference sort of crypto or AI or any of the sort of bubbles that you rightfully pointed out, climate change is here and it's here to stay. I think that's clear, right? So, if you are not investing in climate now or doing anything around climate actions, it doesn't have to be investing necessarily, it's going to catch up, right? And we've referenced data points around both disasters, both, what happens with the rising GHG emissions, et cetera, et cetera. So, unlike maybe a crypto bubble, climate change is not going to disappear tomorrow. Maybe to the sort of the carbon capture, carbon storage, absolutely. If you look at even global statistics and global, again, adoption curve, the S-curve of technology penetration market, CCUS, I think, is like 10 years out on a global level, right? So let alone Southeast Asia, it's probably even longer. But there are, definitely sectors like battery storage, like EVs, electrical vehicles, like some of the agriculture inputs in the value chain, like some of the biotech solutions that are either now already hitting a plateau of market penetration, right? Where, again, it's been de-risked enough to penetrate and grow the market share, or about 1 to 2 years out, right? And we do see that. And if you Google it, I'm sure you'll find different S-curves with the different technologies on that. We do see that evolution and that growth of technologies. And so, again, I would say climate is not a sector, and climate is definitely not going to disappear.
Thank you. Any thoughts from you?
Yeah. I've been reflecting it in terms of from an investment and also how to link, I will consider as a responsible innovation. The point I would echo what Anila mentioned, as I call responsible innovation, because when we aim to providing new solutions to solve a global or reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, I also need to be very mindful of the process of innovation that try to minimize the impact of greenhouse gas emission. And what I have seen is, which I fully agree with Alina mentioned earlier, in the last couple of years, I think the funding is abnormal, probably too much and too quick. And therefore, everybody rushed to build an infrastructure and then duplicate, because, as I said, equipment won't work unless you have the right talent and the right business idea. This three triangle is very important to work together. So to be responsible as an innovator, and then to use more shared infrastructure. And actually, Singapore has invested a lot of good infrastructure already. And if those innovators doesn't know, we are happy to help them to figure it out. And we try to build a better alliance in terms of to leverage all the assets Singapore government in the past years already invested. So to reduce the impact of the not unnecessary investment of infrastructure for the innovation, so allow the talent really focus on to sharpen their ideas. I would say in innovation, all ideas are good. However, there are some ideas better than the others. And then, so our accelerator and the capital investor, we want to accelerate those better ideas because they are more efficient. They are more quick to address the pain point. They don't have to be rocket science. Some of the innovation in food is actually require huge amount of discipline. And I would call for the frugal innovation mindset into the innovator is plan. Just really think about how can you use the most minimal efforts to create the biggest impact. And that's critical because that's Southeast Asia part, and not just, I'll put it that way. In the Southeast Asia, if you see Singapore, the food expenditure percentage of the total household is equivalent to the global developed market, below 10%, that's the figure. And then when you look at the other parts of Southeast Asia, there's above 50. That's the developing country. And many times falling in the underdeveloped countries figure. So the food means a lot to a household's life and quality. So you need to think about in a leading market like Singapore, cutting edge innovation, how you deploy shared resources like Narasa, A-Star, CIFB, or the overall Singapore ecosystem to accelerate, because we connect globally lots of innovation in infrastructure to accelerate. At the same time, also think about how can we use frugal innovation concept to really increase affordability and therefore the accessibility to the wider regions. And we are also here to help because the Narasa's ecosystem and also philanthropy support, like from Temasek Foundation, and also the other efforts in the region. So I was encouraged to think about both sides. And then from a return point of view, that all works because one is mass market, low margin, big volume, right? The other one is a high margin, early stage like market leaders, then you can benefit a lot in terms of global penetrations into other markets. So both works. So that would be my point I want to share with the audience, and also happy to debate.
Thank you very much for frugal innovation. I think that's very salient. Devin, did you want to add?
Yeah, I think I want to just add from the infrastructure's perspective is that we've all gone to the COPs and we have all heard about renewable energy, clean energy. Let's get that out there. All right. So these are the sexy stories, big assets. Everyone likes it. Great for ribbon cutting. But there's also another thing that is sort of being underinvested right now, which is the transmission and distribution. So a lot of our countries in our region, they have operating assets that are renewable energy based. Only maybe 40-50% of a power plant, that power plant could be put into the grid because there's not enough. It's not sufficient. The grid is not. It needs to be upgraded. It needs to be expanded in order for it to actually take on all the renewable energy that's been there. So we've got also to look at our hardcore infrastructure, which is basic as it is. But without that, we can't roll it out. Now, at the same time, I guess if you look at these are maybe the longer term strategies that you have to adopt into your plans in terms of clean energy. It's nice to have EVs. It's very nice, but let's look at shorter, slightly nearer term solutions. Look at the buildings that we have in around us. Right, a lot of these buildings have been standing for a very long time. Now, if you look at these buildings, there's actually a lot that can be done to make them more energy efficient. Now, of course, putting solar rooftops, yes, you can do that. But it's also looking at the energy efficiencies systems that you can actually manage and control your consumption. Now, in Singapore and most of us in Asia is that we are our climate is not very kind. It's very hot. So chillers are one of the big consumers for power in our buildings. If you retrofit it with energy efficiency, you could reduce the consumption by 40%. And by reducing that by 40%, that translates to savings, of course, at dollar, but also at your own emissions and your carbon footprint. We do have solutions in Singapore that we bring also to the region. That actually, it's a different business model. You don't have to take on the energy efficiency at capex. The ESCOs will give you that. But they ask for for a period of time, I will enjoy that savings with you. So it's a bit of a long-term lease kind of situation, if you want to put it. But your capex, your maintenance of the system, is basically more or less free of charge in that sense. So this is something that we're rolling out in places like in the commercial industries, also in Bangladesh, in India, and also looking to Vietnam and so forth. So these are some of the things that we're looking at. Immediate term solutions that can be deployed. So I think there's something just for food for thought.
Yeah, no, thank you. I think earlier today we had a lot of discussion around how a lot of the solutions we need exist today, and actually the financing needs to go in there. And Vinamra and Hannah both mentioned about that. And boring is good, you know. We need to retrofit our chillers. We need to invest in energy efficiency. It's not very sexy, but that's good. And also, I wanted to say we are looking at innovations too, and a huge believer of technological innovation. So we are looking for solutions in CCUS and hydrogen. I'm not saying that they are hype, just to qualify it, but that I think it's quite important, you know, to kind of have that conversation around how do we identify which are the most responsible innovations. I'm going to just kind of flash the Slido QR code for both our online audience and in-person audience. If you can just kind of flash that and put in your questions, I can field them to our panelists today. But then I also want to open it up to the room here for any questions that you might have for our panelists. Any burning ones? Okay, you can go ahead. Just hang on a second. We're going to have a microphone that comes to you. If you can... No, because our online audience we need, yeah. You can identify yourself and organization.
Hi, Jessica. Thank you. Thank you, the panelists. Wonderfully refreshing insights. So my question is back to what Mr. David Chen just said around decarbonize on your own. And I think that's a very powerful statement. So where I want to come from is it better to leave the clean energy phase-in process to the country rather than external advocacies like GFANs coming in and taking a very singular financial approach? So just weighing on the pros and cons on the whole transition into clean energy. Your thoughts, please.
Thanks for that. I would say that there's no perfect scenario here. At the end of the day, we are in the region where a lot of the countries around us are emerging markets. They have been using a lot of coal-based power plants to drive the GDP that they have. For lack of a better word, it's one of the cheapest source of power that they get, because in the backyard you have a bunch of coal. Now, if we are driving the decarbonization, green economy, so to speak, then it cannot be just themselves trying to push that forward. There will be some assistance, I think. It has to be a blended solution that needs to be retrofitted for them in that sense. I think that's what people are starting to realize, that one solution may not fit to everyone. So you still need to tweak it to retrofit that into the country. In some places, some countries whereby the reliance on the coal economy, in Indonesia, for example, you kind of need to look after that as well. So there's a combination of things that needs to be taken care of. It's not just a silo on its own. What's happening with the climate today is not also something that we did by one industry in that sense. Yeah, it's a combination. I hope that helps.
Thank you. And perhaps related to that, one of our questions that have come in from our guests here is, what are the opportunities for blended finance across sectors, public, private philanthropy, to jointly solve problems? Can the panel comment on success factors and what is needed? I mean, we touched on this earlier in the fireside chat as well, but blended finance is talked about a lot in this region, but actually in practical reality, the amount of funding that goes into it is still quite small. Go ahead.
Yeah, can I just talk a little bit about recent sum of discussion, especially I think Alina brought earlier a little bit about some of the very early stage of technology and more disruptive, however, probably not ready in terms of in short term commercialized. However, those new technology are very important for a climate resilient future food and agriculture system. Climate impact to the agriculture sector in terms of food availability is real, and it's quite serious impact. So those kind of early stage of technology, think about, for example, cultivated protein or cultivated meat. It sounds far away still, however, and also they have not completely figured out the critical mass to be really affordable or to the mass market. However, they are different elements, just like an EV. EV exists many, many years actually, but they have to try and pivot in many different angles until what we see today, right? So this is similar, like this kind of technology, early stage. So how do we leverage the 4 Ps with the private, public, and the philanthropy services together? Is for private side, need to provide input in terms of, for example, even all these criteria, for example, taste and flavor and cost and everything achieved, will consumer really willing to pay for it? That's a question very important to think about in terms of when you even start a innovation, investment, significant investment. These are require lots of investment, like this type of, from a string, from a gene editing, from a bioreactor, from a processing technology, from a talent development, right? And then also equipment manufacturing, because we don't even have such thing exist. So everything new. This kind of a significant system innovation require investment from universities, from government funding, from a financial support in terms, just allow innovator to do something without knowing exactly what leads to, because not the stage from a return, immediate say 10 years of discount cash flow, not there yet, right? So this will be required in terms, have a common goal, is say this is very important sustainable solution potentially. However, we are willing to take that risk and now allow the innovator researchers and the commercial side have an opportunity at least to explore together. Then that's just one example, this kind of impact. Yeah.
Thank you. Alina, did you want to add?
Yeah, I find this topic fascinating because mainly because there's just so many opportunities. And there already exists some established blended finance models, and we can all look at those. Predominantly, those are, I would say, on more the kind of the growth stage or infrastructure level, project level. I've seen relatively little blended finance models that are coming at earlier stage, right, or kind of within the venture capital space. And something that we've been thinking a lot about and have seen work in other markets. We've got other funds in Africa where we actually implemented a different type of a blended finance model, which goes back to Zuling's point about talent. There is now, I think, a greater appreciation that finance or capital is not just money, it's human capital, right? And again, going back to the fact that at the earliest stages of a technology's go-to-market strategy and growth, talent is very important. I think we started this panel with this. Technical expertise, specialization is very important. When I say that, it's not just expertise in a sector, but it's also expertise in developing a product, UX, UI design, data science, right? And those level of kind of specialty and technology expertise. So I want to throw out a not so radical idea because it does exist. I've actually seen Convergence do some case studies around it. Convergence is an alliance or network that pulls together and talks a lot about blended finance. So check them out. They use technical assistance as a blended finance model between mobilizing private sector funding, whatever that is, corporate or traditional, and underwritten technical assistance by grant or R&D money. And I think that's very interesting, again, in our space, where it concerns early stage technologies, and where you can set up venture studios that are, again, underwritten by a grant, by a foundation, by an impact investor, you name it, philanthropy, family offices, right? Coupled with it doesn't have to be a VC fund, but it could be coupled with a private sector funding. So that, to me, is a very interesting blended finance model. And I think we could definitely use more of these in Southeast Asia.
Thank you for that very specific example. Devin, would you like to add?
Maybe I just want to add as well that currently globally there's like probably about 100 trillion in private capital is managed globally by sovereign funds or pension capital or insurance companies and so forth. But only about 1% goes into infrastructure in general. So there are other, in the sense that, when the question was about blended financing, yes, it's meant to be catalytic. is meant to bring on the private capital. So we need more of that, definitely. We do see that when we work with the MDBs, we try to push them a bit, try to introduce projects that could be of that nature to try to catalyze the whole private sector funding as well. But there's also alternatives to look at. I mean, Singapore, we also have the green bonds that with issuances that we have done so far. That allows people like funders like IFC to come in to put a stake in some of these projects. I think one of the companies that they did in the past was Continuum Green Energy Limited, which was a 6-year bond. It was listed on the SGX, and basically by them going in, it basically catalyzed for other private capital to actually invest and be subscribed on that basis. So that's, I guess, there are success cases. It's getting there. At the same time, we are also seeing that in terms of the multilateral development banks, there is a shift in terms of the mindset to look to invest or to fund private sector more and more in that sense. So by them being involving in that shift could actually probably and hopefully catalyze even more capital from the pension funds and from the sovereign wealth funds and so forth. So yeah.
Great examples too, thank you very much. There's a question here that I think is slightly related and it's a great question, and it's the biggest single challenge to Southeast Asia climate startups growth is actually the lack of debt and working capital options. How do we fix this? I know we don't have a bank on our panel, but Siling, you wanted to?
Yeah, we won't be able to answer on behalf of a bank. Of course, I would say in Southeast Asia, Singapore is in a very privileged position in terms of startup and the overall funding environment and also the ecosystem to innovate. Not every country are as privileged as Singapore. So that's a reality. Then now, of course, I would say when we look at it in terms of startup, I would say to leverage the networks or opportunity to really reach out to potential leverage opportunities. For example, this platform today, I think, is a great opportunity to introduce lots of capabilities here in the region, and many startups may not be aware, right? So they can contact certain countries, other countries, or Singapore here, and to think about what kind of potential collaboration they can work together. Because the innovations itself need to be more smarter in terms of not just the traditional way of I have an idea, I go for a angel investor, I go to or seed funding, or etc. So there are different ways of need to think about in terms of how to collaborate cross-border with to leverage capabilities, so reduce the early stage funding request. Because I noticed that some of those, especially in the food and agriculture side, if I compare with other more cutting edge technology like space science or the others, right? So those, sometimes the approach a bit more traditional. When I say traditional, means sometimes require a little bit out-of-box thinking in terms of how do I borrow the university infrastructures or some research capabilities to test my idea quick and dirty and easy. So then I can start to talk about a business idea with some financial parties. Could be bank, or could be there are some investor, they just use like venture loan instead of go to bank. There are many different ways of doing. So maybe back to the question about talent, maybe we also need to think about the financial education to the startup in the early stage. When you have a good idea, do not also stuck with purely technology issues. Could be also just elaborate those your challenges with some experts or people who know the investment environment better, and therefore give you some solution in terms of how to fund you through the early stage, then before you can actually talk to investors for a more, venture or early stage of venture investment. So that's probably the opportunity back to the talent question, and also back to the network in the Southeast Asia region. And I would say Narasa absolutely have to tap on the Temasek Foundation's network to see can expand our influence in the region, not just help the innovation. Our goal, our mission is not just Singapore as an important innovation base, but we are happy to collaborate cross borders with all the other startups in the region. Yeah.
Thank you. Devin, does Infrastructure Asia provide working capital?
No, we don't. Unfortunately,
that's the problem.
That's the problem that we have. We are not meant to fund or invest in projects. We are meant to bring in the Singapore infra solutions and ecosystem, the financing, the developers and operators and the consultancy services that we have here, and bring them out to the projects that we have in the region. So I don't work on Singapore-based projects, but I work for projects that are based in the region. But bringing our guys out there to internationalize their works and their businesses, and to spread the good work that they've done already. So, we bring in the financing. We find the suitable financing players, be it from the investment funds, impact investors, and so forth. So it depends on the project itself, really. But I guess maybe, my Enterprise Singapore actually does have something along those lines. And I think they're also a partner with TLC on this basis.
Yes, our strategic partner for this year, yes.
So they've got the Sustainability Open Innovation Challenge.
Yes.
I think they launched it this week at Switch. This is the fifth iteration. And then, basically the SOIC, in this case, it looks at helping some of the innovations by providing a bit more airtime, by organizing the challenges, and then at the same time providing a bit of funding to some of these potentials. And I understand that this year's iteration, they've made available funding of over about $3 million that can support development and pilots for sustainable solutions as well. So I think they're working with you guys on that one on TLC as well, and I think Mr. Lim mentioned that it was about 100,000 that they've put together. So I think that's pretty good. That's one source of funding that would help with the working capital, I guess.
Not enough.
Not enough.
I think you could ask MAS to twist the banks to give preferential rates for working capital. I think that'd be great. We're kind of just running out of time, so I just want to give very quickly, just last question to the panel as we wrap up. If there's one thing you could change, right, or one piece of advice that you could give innovators, entrepreneurs, that would really make a difference in terms of scaling sustainability solutions, what would that be? Alina, I'll go with you first.
I would say to those people who haven't started a startup or wishing to be an entrepreneur or aspiring entrepreneur, please try. It's the best time to be an entrepreneur right now. So don't listen to the headlines of the macroeconomic environment. Be prudent, but please try. It is no time like today to actually start, and it's a really great time to start a business and really try solving for some of the most innovative opportunities that are out there. And not so much for an entrepreneur, it was not necessarily advice for an entrepreneur, but again, just to maybe in almost a summary of this panel, huge opportunities for, again, different types of capital working together, debt, I think we talked about philanthropy, grant, concessionary financing, and also to go earlier, again, to highlight that, and venture capital is supposed to be, it is an asset class that is solving the most riskiest parts of the entrepreneur's journey or the innovation's journey. And there's enormous amount of opportunity to do more in there. So for larger growth stage players, for debt underwriters, for loan providers, for philanthropists, for family offices, there is huge need and opportunity to make an enormous amount of impact in the sustainability space, in the climate space, but also make money. So come earlier, come earlier.
I love that. Thank you. Xu Ling.
Well, I hope it doesn't feel like a little bit promotion for Narasa, because we are very new into the innovation ecosystem. And I would just say for startups and for the investors, and also for non-traditional innovation approach to cut across the technology from a small farm holder, the transparency of supply chain, and also to the energies, transformation of energies, and then to the food innovation. When there are connections across these few elements to provide a sustainable solution, I have not seen a lot, or I haven't seen one yet. And then so, welcome to work with us. We are here to help to connect with the startups' ideas and help you find the resources, because we do know quite a bit of resources. We are in the late stage commercial arm, but we do connect with the early stage of all the innovation infrastructure and also investor a lot. So, and also the later stage investor, we are really trying to accelerate to the good idea, to the quicker stage. So we are really in the middle in terms of how to bring the system together. So if you one takeaway from today is encourage you to visit our website and also contact our people. And also, if you have any questions, don't have to wait until you have a solution, talk to us. If you have questions, feel free to ask, because we are here to accelerate. We are here, want to see more sustainable future and also cut across different elements of innovation to provide a sustainable future.
Well said, thank you. So check out the Nurasa website, Devin.
For my case, I guess it's quite simple. Look for us. We can help you find partners in the region and help to commercialize or internationalize some of your works. Even if it's proven in Singapore, I'm pretty sure we can take it out there to the region and we'll find someone to take it on. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to pull all that thread together, I will give all of you a KPI today, which is that when you go forth from this event, that you will share about TLC, Nurasa, Radical Fund, and Infrastructure Asia. I mean, just a low KPI. But please join me to thank the speakers today for a really insightful chat. We are really happy to be working across the ecosystem with all three organizations on the Liveability Challenge, and it's officially open today, as Mr. Lim has officiated, and we are looking for those solutions that we can really help to scale and incubate so that we can solve our challenges and have a really nice, positive, growing movement that Hannah had mentioned when we started this morning to counter some of the headlines that we've seen which haven't been so hopeful, but I think that for all of us we need to have the optimism, that urgency, the optimism which equals action. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Alina, Shuling, and Devin. Could you all please remain on the stage for a quick photo?
Check.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for staying with us. We're almost to the end of the summit now, and it is now my delight and honor to invite a very distinguished speaker for the closing address. The United Kingdom is one of the key players in global sustainability efforts. It is home to key financial institutions that are deeply involved in combating climate change and has a close working relationship with Singapore on the green economy. It is my pleasure to now invite to the stage Her Excellency Cara Owen, British High Commissioner to Singapore, to deliver the closing address.
Very much, thank you so much for inviting me here today to close the summit. I'm not sure how I feel about closing addresses, because I know that I'm probably what stands between you and a bit of networking and wine or something like that. But anyway, I'm really delighted to be here. We've been collaborators at the British High Commission, collaborators with eco-business for years. You've been really precious partners to us as we've been trying to progress our own climate and sustainability goals here in Singapore and in the broader region. And so it's brilliant to be here today. Also with Temasek Foundation, Catapult, Capital Land, these are all partners that are very, very important to us and with whom we have spoken about sustainability very, very, very many times. Your program looked fantastic. I wish I could have been here all day, but I have been preparing for a rather special visitor who is arriving, UK linked. Anyone know who is? Who's arriving on Sunday? So that meant, very good, 10 points. So that means that I've been buzzing about today doing our final recce visits to make sure that everything is in place for them being there. But all of the speakers, the panel that I just listened to there, absolutely fantastic, talking about critical issue around scaling finance, but also seeing NTU, NUS, Mont MacDonald, Temasek Foundation, lots of brilliant speakers. I was going to say a few words about the challenge we face, that we face ourselves in building our cities, and how we can overcome some of this by embracing best practice, also crucially by collaboration, which if there wasn't collaboration, including international collaboration, I'd be out of a job, and supporting new and innovative technologies and ideas. I'm going to go through a few key statistics I think it's worth reminding ourselves of. I know you saw Hannah Jones earlier, so she didn't give us all a bit of a rocket of urgency. I don't know who will. She's one of the most inspirational people I've seen speaking about this issue. So we'll talk about some statistics, talk about things that I think are really important that Singapore has done, talk about the Singapore-UK partnership, both for what we do together in our own countries, but also what we're seeking to do in the region, and also about technology and finance. Singapore is a brilliant place to be talking about livable cities, about possibilities for cities, because I've been here nearly it'll be 5 years next year, and the city has continued to change in front of my eyes, with really well-planned, innovative, sustainable growth at the heart of that. And of course, you've got modern masterpieces such as Marina Bay Sands, Art Science Museum, that brilliant lotus-looking building. You've got skyscrapers set cheek by jowl next to the shop houses that always remind us where we are, that we're here in Singapore, and that they're really unique. You have a really unique built environment here. They tell a story of where Singapore has come from, what its past has been like, and also where it's going. And they create a really strong soul in the city, something that I really, really enjoy as a resident here. But we know that the whole of this journey has to be done in a much better and a greener way. So first, the statistics. The built environment sector makes up nearly 40% of emissions globally. That's what the World Green Building Council said. And as we continue to see national economies grow, in spite of economic headwinds, urbanisation is continuing. We're going to see the growth of our cities and of the infrastructure that supports them. The UN Environment Programme's 2022 Global Status Report for Buildings and Construction found that despite an increase in energy efficiency investment and lower energy intensity that had been achieved already, the building and construction sector's energy consumption and emissions has rebounded from the COVID-19 pandemic to an all-time high. The increase in global gross floor, that's hard to say, global gross floor area. It'd be harder after a glass of wine, I imagine, but between 2015 and 2021 is the equivalent to the total land area covered in buildings in Germany, France, Italy, and the Netherlands, if it were built at one level, around 24,000 square kilometres. That's just the increase. So this means that the sector isn't on track to achieve decarbonisation by 2050, and the gap between the actual climate performance of the sector and the decarbonisation pathway is widening. We're just going in the wrong direction. As well as being a large source of energy, water, heating and cooling demand, buildings traditionally embody a lot of carbon. A study conducted by Arup, the C40 cities and University of Leeds found that 60% of consumption emissions are associated with the production and delivery of building materials at various stages of the supply chain. Minerals, dominated by cement, account for 32% of all emissions from material consumption, and metals such as steel account for 15%. So the economy grows, the built environment grows, and so does the associated carbon footprint. And here in Southeast Asia, we are, of course, experiencing this growth day by day, year by year. The increase in the construction of buildings, infrastructure and housing is also leading to growing overall energy demand. So this is a really daunting problem, but we can already see ways to make significant emissions reductions. We know we need to massively accelerate our emission reductions to reach net zero targets of the Paris Agreement, and the built environment has a really key role in doing this. Just a word on Singapore and what Singapore has been doing. I think one of the pleasures of being High Commissioner, UK High Commissioner here, and I'm sure a lot of my fellow ambassadors and High Commissioners feel the same, is that there's a phenomenal sharing and technology transfer between Singapore and what happens in our own country. So we always look with real interest at new policy innovations and announcements that are coming out. So Singapore's Green Plan sets out some key targets for the urban landscape, such as greening 80% of Singapore's buildings by 2030, reducing energy consumption in existing HDB towns by 15% by 2030, deploying 60,000 EV charging points nationwide by 2030, and developing over 130 hectares of new parks by 2026. And of course, there are some iconic green buildings and infrastructure projects here that we all know. For example, the world's largest underground district cooling network is right here at Marina Bay, operated by SP Group. And the rain vortex, a jewel in Changi, that Prince William is going to have a look at when he comes in, is not only visually stunning, but one of the reasons we were really interested in showing it to him is that it recirculates rainwater to provide cooling and airflow as well. The UK's Arup provided both acoustic advice and facade engineering inputs into that project. Star Vista, again, UK's Mott MacDonald helped design that, was Singapore's first naturally cooled mall. And I think when you go to see it, you see the building's 33-metre high open entrance foyer, which provides a shaded, cool environment all year long, which also maximises natural daylight to reduce energy demand. But this, of course, isn't just a discussion that covers commercial buildings or large infrastructure projects. There's a huge amount to do around residential as well. And just last week at Singapore International Energy Week, there were some key announcements made around residential here that will allow Singapore households to be a bit more active in this space. So in 2024, the Energy Market Authority and SP Group will pilot a residential demand response programme, first of its kind for Singapore, to empower households equipped with smart meters to actively reduce electricity consumption during those peak demand periods. This sets the vision for Singapore to continue to be a city in nature that's at the forefront of green building and city design, while also empowering consumers to take a more active and personal role. And I know that this is something that's very much on the Prince of Wales' mind. One of the things that he challenges everybody to do is to think, okay, there is big stuff that we need to do at a country level. There are big stuff that big corporates need to do, but what are you doing personally yourself on an everyday level? I'm sure he's going to ask me the same question. On the UK and Singapore, an exciting thing to happen this year was back in September, where the UK and Singapore Prime Ministers Sunak and Prime Minister Lee signed a joint declaration that pegged our relationship at strategic partnership level. In many ways, we've been strategic partners for many, many years. But the two Prime Ministers pushed us to come up with the most ambitious goals for the next decade of that relationship. The partnership covers all aspects of our relationship. It includes trade, it includes cyber, it includes defence, it includes technology and science, but it has a really big focus on decarbonisation, what we can do together. It highlights our green economy framework. That's a first of its kind to be signed between the United Kingdom and any country. Through that, we're fostering more collaborative opportunities, trade and investment outcomes, and also enhancing energy security across 3 key pillars: green transport, low carbon energy technologies, and green finance and carbon markets. On the built environment and infrastructure, there's a few things to mention. Number one is the framework's going to focus very much on the integration of new distributed demand sources into the grid. We've heard about that already since I've been sitting here, including EV chargers. It focuses on managing the reliability of the grid and increasing levels of intermittent rooftop solar, and also collaboration on green standards and environmental goods, which can include what we do in our buildings. There's also a really important commitment that we've made to establish a sustainable infrastructure and investment partnership between the UK and Singapore, which is explicitly focused on how we can pool our capability and our resources, and that includes technical assistance and ways of crowding in private finance under a sustainable investment and infrastructure partnership between us in the region. Our own domestic legislation, of course, commits the UK to reach net zero by 2050. That is enacted into law. We've set out to make existing and new buildings more energy efficient through modern construction methods and circular economy principles. So, for example, the Future Homes Standard ensures that all new homes built from 2025 will produce 75 to 80% less carbon emissions than under our current regulations. Internationally, the UK is a really strong supporter of efforts to mobilise finance for green and resilient infrastructure. We've made our own big commitments on how we're going to use our public finance to do that, but we know that the amount of public finance that's out there is absolutely dwarfed by the need and also dwarfed by the availability of private capital. At COP26, which we hosted, the UK pledged £107 million in concessional finance and technical assistance for the ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance Facility. This aims to de-risk and accelerate financing for green and resilient infrastructure projects in this region. And another example of what we're doing is the Market Accelerator for Green Construction programme, through which the UK is offering blended concessional finance to speed up construction of certified green buildings. The programme aims to mobilise $2 billion in investment to help mitigate climate change and reduce greenhouse gas emissions that have been directly linked to the construction sector. We've also pioneered the ASEAN Sustainable Leadership in Infrastructure programme. This is a capacity building programme that provides infrastructure professionals in the region with the tools and frameworks to better analyse bids and seek more efficient and sustainable infrastructure outcomes. And as well as us noticing the sort of capability impact of that programme, one of the things that we're really noticing is how it is supporting the creation of a community of actors right across Southeast Asia who are trading the best practice that they're developing in their own countries, so that people can plagiarise with pride. How can you copy something that's going really well somewhere else, adapt it to your own environment and implement it? But we know more can be done. So we can look at ways to truly measure the whole life cycle and carbon footprint of a project, so the emissions relating to construction and operations are all captured. Industry can consider procuring zero emissions construction equipment as these become cheaper and more available in the region, thereby bringing air quality benefit for local communities as well as carbon benefits. Together, through collaborations between business, government and research, we can continue to innovate and seek alternative methods of construction and materials, from prefabrication off-site to carbon alternatives. We've already heard an awful lot about technology innovation. It was in that last panel, and I know you've talked about it throughout the day. You heard from Hannah Jones, whose life's purpose is all about identifying, celebrating and scaling the adoption of the brilliant innovations that are out there already, and that's what Earthshot is totally focused on. Prince William launched that in 2020, as she will have explained, so that we can really accelerate the adoption of these brilliant innovations. It's going to be fantastic to be able to celebrate a new set of both finalists and winners of the 5 prizes on Tuesday night. Many of them are fostering solutions that are focused on helping cities decarbonise. There's one brilliant example from a 2022 finalist. So amongst last year's finalists, there was a company called Low Carbon Materials, LCM. It's based in the UK. I've picked it because it's relevant, but it's great that it's also based in the UK. They're seeking to tackle the challenge of reducing the environmental impact of the most widely used man-made material on the planet, concrete. Over the last 3 decades, production of concrete has increased 4-fold as economic development accelerates and urbanisation grows. But the carbon cost is enormous. It's generated 2.8 billion tonnes of emissions each year. For comparison, only 2 countries, China and the United States, emit more carbon than what is emitted through concrete use. LCM make Osto, a carbon negative alternative to traditional aggregate, which is one of the main ingredients of concrete. And today, LCM is working with the industry to create a new zero carbon concrete block, with Osto taking up 10% of its overall weight. These blocks could be used in residential homes, but also in other commonly made products such as street curbs, street furniture, and paving stones. Block by block, LCM wants to get construction to net zero. Since 2022, when they were profiled as a finalist of Earthshot, LCM have continued to progress their work using the platform Earthshot has helped them to curate. And in October, they announced their partnership with our own national highways to help decarbonise UK roads. They're super clever. They've developed a carbon negative aggregate that can be used in asphalt mixes to achieve carbon neutral asphalt. This is really significant because asphalt roads account for over 95% of all roads in the UK. So technologies like that have the potential to massively reduce the emissions of new road construction and maintenance in the UK. This is one example of showing the importance of innovation, but also of scaling those innovations up as quickly as possible. I know, because I come across them, that there's loads of these innovative ideas here in Singapore and also across Southeast Asia region. I'm really hoping that Earthshot being here this week and us having not only Singaporean guests there and Singaporean partners being really critical to delivery of Earthshot here, that's going to encourage more and more Southeast Asia innovations, grown innovations, to go into the nominations process for Earthshot so that they too can use this brilliant platform to advertise and scale up adoption of their solutions. We're going to need that if we're going to keep the dream of 1.5 degree, the hope of 1.5% degree temperature raise alive. It's one of our priorities for the upcoming COP28 to be held later this month in Dubai. We've got 5 priorities for COP28: to seek new commitments and action to keep the goal of 1.5 degrees alive through innovation and technology, see clear progress towards clean energy transition away from fossil fuels, to progress on delivering the finance to accelerate the transition, to continue to build resilience to climate impacts, and to protect, restore and sustainably manage our nature. We're going to be advocating for this COP to deliver an outcome that puts the world on track, halving global emissions by 2030 through the global stocktake. We're also determined to remain at the forefront of efforts to accelerate decarbonisation and support those outcomes globally and in Southeast Asia. For example, we want to enhance international cooperation through the Breakthrough Agenda to deliver ambitious clean tech outcomes at COP28 in power, in steel, in cement, in hydrogen, road transport and buildings, all absolutely critical to our cities. Within the region, the UK is looking to scale up clean energy and drive forward progress through initiatives such as the Just Transition Energy Partnerships, the JETPs. Together with international partners, we've already mobilised over $40 billion to support Indonesia and Vietnam, as well as South Africa and Senegal, through the JETPs focused on making a just and inclusive transition from coal to clean energy. The UK remains one of the largest and most active donors to international climate finance, which can also enable green cities and sustainable infrastructure. At the G20, our Prime Minister announced that the UK will provide $2 billion to the Green Climate Fund. This is the single biggest funding commitment the UK has made to help the world tackle climate change. And I think if you look at the pressure that public finances are under all over the world, the fact that we've been able to make our biggest ever contribution really speaks to the level of our ambition and our commitment to meeting these global goals. We're also pushing for quicker access and maximum impact from this investment, seeking to accelerate support to the most vulnerable, including talking about how we can get MDBs and other development finance institutions to deploy their capital quicker and better. In Southeast Asia, British Investment International, which some of you may have known under its previous name of CDC, have reopened their office in Singapore. They've been here just over a year. It's the UK's development finance institution, and in fact, it's the oldest development finance institution in the world. It's been going for over 70 years, 75 years, I think. And at least 30% of their new global 5-year strategy and all of the £500 million to be spent in the Indo-Pacific is going to be climate-focused. They use our public capital to work alongside private sector investment to lower project risk and improve project bankability. We've got a whole other range of development finance instruments that we're using here in Southeast Asia. And what we're really noticing is the increased appetite from investors in this part of the world. And let's face it, there's an awful lot of money that is in and coming through Singapore, is meaning that the impact of us putting a portion of our catalytic development capital into projects, into deals, is really attracting large amounts. The last thing that we did, I can't talk about all of the details, but the last thing that we have done, I think we doubled the amount of capital that we thought we could raise by putting in our stake. So I think that's really encouraging for countries that are thinking about how they should be using their own development finance in this region to accelerate decarbonisation. All of us here recognise that climate change and nature loss are existential challenges. The science is clear, it gets more and more clear, it gets more and more urgent. That rapid progress is needed if we're going to avoid the most damaging impacts, and that we don't end up in entirely unlivable cities, not livable ones. At the same time, the low carbon transition will be an engine for investment, growth, jobs and exports as industries transform. For us, we have seen for a number of years the massive economic opportunity for us as a country and for our corporates, for our companies, for our universities and their spin-outs, if we can absolutely lean into the green transition. We have projected an additional 500,000 jobs that can be made if we adopt all of the plans for transformation that we already have. A record $1.8 trillion is expected to be invested in the clean energy transition in 2023 alone. Our cities, our urban heartlands and the built environment should be seen as prime opportunities for us to accelerate the transition and our net zero goals. Innovation, scaling finance, inclusive policy and collaboration will all be needed for this to happen. And I look forward to collaborating with the fantastic partners that we've got here in Singapore. If any of you are interested in what we're doing, British High Commission, British government, Singapore government together, and that you want to be a partner for that, please do get in touch with us. I'm easy to find on social media, but however you want to come to us, get in touch. The built environment in our cities are not only important places to enable business and economic growth, even more importantly, of course, they're places for our communities and our people to live and grow. The planning, placemaking and construction of our cities must continue to be an exemplar of sustainability to make sure our urban environments are truly built with both people and planet at front of mind. Thank you so much for your attention and for having me here today.
Thank you so much, Her Excellency Kara Owen. I can attest that you can find her easily on social media. I am a follower of yours and love your social media videos. I also was really, really surprised to find out that McDonald actually designed Star Vista. It's actually just next door for those of you who don't know, and our team goes there for lunch every single day. And it literally is my favorite mall. I don't like malls in Singapore. I always say we get mauled to death here. But Star Vista is just, wonderful because it's got natural ventilation and lighting, and we see a lot of this kind of architecture emerging, so that's great. And actually, one of the things about the British High Commission that a few people know is that they actually gave us seed funding right at the beginning when eco-business started in 2009, and this was really really catalytic in all senses of the word, and the reason why we're standing here today is thanks to their vision and their support. We're really looking forward to having, the Prince William contingent in Singapore in the coming week and the Earthshot Prize. I think we're all super excited. So it now leaves me really to thank all of you here and our partners, speakers, delegates for the most eventful forum. I'd like to thank once again our partners for the City Summit. But first to Temasek Foundation, who's presenting the Liveability Challenge with us, to our strategic partner, CapitaLand and Catapult, for allowing us to share this wonderful space, and to our knowledge partners, the United Nations Development Programme, Singapore Green Building Council, Resilient Cities Network, Circular Cities Asia, and McDonald. I'd like all of you to spread the word. You remember what I said just now about your 4 KPIs? We're going to reward you with some wine, so don't forget about that. Also want to say a huge thank you to the eco-business team who has worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make this event a success. Please join me to, just thank them for me. The recordings will be made available on our website after the event and on social media too, YouTube and LinkedIn. So do check back for photos and more on our event website. And now, before we end, I'd like to present to you an exclusive premiere of a documentary that we've been working on. I've talked about it from the start of the day. We're going to play you our official trailer. The full documentary is going to be launched at the projector on the 2nd of December, and that would mark our last event of the year, which I'm really looking forward to. It's an in-depth look at waste in Asia. But we also went behind the scenes to produce a 360 version of that, and it's a kind of like a virtual reality experience, which we're going to invite all of you in groups to go upstairs when you have your glasses of wine to kind of experience that. So there are 2 things we're showing you: the main film, official trailer, and then the 360 experience, and that will really help you understand, the full potential of this beautiful space that is Catapult. So thank you very much again, all of you. I'm going to play the video for you now and then invite you to Wine and Networking. Thank you.
As soon as you create a population of consumers, you're creating a population that creates waste.
The scale is getting mind-boggling, so the waste generation will increase to almost 10 times in the next 20 years.
Waste is all around us, yet we seldom think about it. Despite all of us creating waste every single day, in our cities and neighborhoods, at home, on our plates, and even on our bodies. So the real question is, why is waste so ignored when it's staring us in the face? Maybe it's because we are blinded by shiny new things. Maybe it's because the true impact is being hidden from us.
More than half of the waste in the world is ending up in the wrong places.
There is actually no such thing as waste. Every product has a value. Every product can be recycled, upcycled, refurbished, reused.
enjoyed that little clip. And without further ado, thank you again for being part of our event. We'll invite you for networking now, and we'll see you next year. Thank you.